Okay, could we all take our seats, please? Okay. Good morning and welcome to everyone. Welcome to New York for 16 of our 18 board members. Two of our board members are participating remotely. Josephine, good to see you on screen. And Warren, maybe he's on Leeds time, which may be a few minutes later. He'll be joining shortly as well. We have a full house. We really are at a point of inflection at this board. And in fact, one of the elements of the inflection of the board is that we're at this board meeting having a few departing board members, but we're beginning to welcome new board members. And we have two new incoming board members at the table this week. So Makika Ono from Japan is sitting next to Sachiko, and Amara Gomes is sitting at the far end there from Brazil. It's great to have you both with us on the team. Hi, Philippe. Good to see you. And we look forward to having you as part of the team over the next coming months and years ahead. So it's great to have you here. So importantly, from an administrative standpoint, we're online. Welcome to all of the YouTube observers. Glad that you're participating. For observers and any followers of us around the world, all the meetings papers have been posted for this meeting. Notice the meeting is provided to the public. So like always, everything's available for people to see. Before we get into the details of the meeting, I wanted to take a quick moment because last Monday there was a terrible tragedy. Imran Vanker and his daughter Sarah passed away in a motor accident. And you know, Imran really was a big part of our IAASB family. He served as a board member for 6 years at IRBA in South Africa. He remained very connected to our work, and anyone who was a colleague or friend of Imran knew that you were in almost constant exchange with him because he just really cared. And this really is both a tragedy for the world of accountancy and audit, but also most importantly for his friends and family. So we want to first wish our condolence to his wife Haisha, his son Adam, and his surviving daughter Hawa. And maybe, you know, reflecting on his impacts to us as people and as the tragedy that occurred, that maybe it's a good moment to take a brief moment of silence and think about Imran's contributions to all of us. So I ask people to take a quick moment before we move ahead, and again, wish my deepest condolences to his family. Okay, thank you for that. Tomorrow, IRBA is coordinating with Imran's family to organize a memorial service. That will be held at 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. South Africa time, which is 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. New York time. There is a link for attendance that we provided to anyone who wishes to join that. The meeting will start at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So as I said, it's a point of transition at this board. We have 6 board members at their last meeting as board members. Can't say that their last meeting, but as board members, Eric, Kai, Martin, Julie, Sachiko, Sue, and Warren. We'll definitely have a number of opportunities to celebrate their accomplishments and contributions to this board. So that will be forthcoming, but we know that each and every one of you will be active participants in your final meeting. I also thought this would be a great opportunity to congratulate Bill and Neil on their reappointment. Thank you, most importantly, for being willing to serve another term. It's great to have you on board. And as you know, the PIOB has announced 4 new board members. You've met 2 of them already. Also, Nancy Chang from Canada and Jiao Xu Sun from China will be joining us in 2025. So that's great. We have a new member of the team as well, Christy Zhang. She joined on October 1st as a principal from the Deloitte National Office in Toronto, Canada. She will be based. Hi, Christy. You can stand up so people can see you. Yeah, good to see you. It will be based here in New York. It's not true that you caused all the traffic last night as your arrival, but we have a lot on the agenda. I'm sure many of you will be upset by the fact that the preponderance of our meeting won't be consumed with sustainability, which sort of feels weird since we've been so consumed with it over the last few years. But we have our going concern standard, listing entity and PI, project proposal for audit evidence and risk response, and obviously fraud, technology. We're getting updates from some of our partner boards this week, and for going concern and for PI track 2, we're really trying to get that complete and approved. Now, let me just say something on both of that. So going concern, we're kicking off today. Ado and the task will lead us through it. The task force we'll talk about some of the changes we've made since September. We'll also discuss conforming to consequential amendments and the effective date of the proposal. We could bring back targeted issues tomorrow if needed. The updated proposal will be ready by Wednesday, and we'll take a vote on Thursday morning. Unlisted entity and PI track 2, lots of different elements of this project have been discussed. Sue and team will lead us through the changes. I want everyone to make sure that they comment on the substance. Let's focus on the substance. There will be a process matter that we need to take up at the end too. But remember, the first thing we're going to do is approve the substance of a standard and then talk later about whether it's ready for publication or submission for certification and what we do about that. Technology. Today, we're going to have a session on technology where the project team will update the board on their activities and the proposed actions detailed in the gap analysis. That's significantly advanced since our September meeting. I think it's really important to note that the gap analysis is not a project proposal. It's an input to potential future project proposals. And it's to some extent, if we're doing information gathering for project proposals, it's an early input. So it sort of gets the ball rolling on future work, but it will not be in the detail that we're used to when we're doing a project proposal. We definitely need your active engagement on the cataloging list because it will have those knock-on effects. So please, I look forward to an active session on that. Tomorrow, we'll go through the project proposal on audit evidence and risk response. We'll get an update from Ken and Cam from IAASB on their project on the using the work of an external expert. And then after that, our project team will provide input on the proposed purpose of a narrow scope amendments project here. Fraud, we're going to get an analysis of the respondents' comments to questions from the ED that were not discussed in September. We definitely want your feedback on that, and also about progressing the proposal that will be moving towards approval in March. As I said, we're getting updates from GRI, IAASB, and the IAASB. We have our annual board dinner tomorrow night. You should have the information on that. If not, we'll provide that offline again. Just a reminder to everyone, a key point in many projects, we appreciate your offline comments. If you have comments that are substantive, they need to be put on the record, consistent with our due process. And clearly, a lot of hard work is going into getting this meeting ready, and I expect really good conversations. Team tells me I have to tell you a little bit about what's happened since our last meeting. I think many of you are up to speed on it. Clearly, the biggest thing we've done is gotten IAASB 5000 certified and published. As you know, IOSCO has issued their statement of support, which is terrific. We've continued to do a lot of outreach on 5000. That will not stop. It still consumes a decent bit of my time. We are very focused on supporting the adoption and implementation of the standard. We'd like to also note that multiple translations are already underway: Arabic, Dutch, French, German, Korean, Slovenian, and Spanish. So if you know people in the accountancy profession that would like translations into other languages, please let us know. We've published our technology position paper. We've issued further guidance on ISA for LCE. So we're in a really good place. And as I said, what's really important is that we continue to engage with the external public, our key stakeholders. That will continue now through the year end, but also early into the year. So we will be coming to everyone with our outreach plans for early next year. So here we go. I think without further ado, let's get on to the business at hand. And nothing says business more in my mind than draft minutes. Everyone knows that it's my favorite. We provided you and posted the draft minutes for September board meeting and our joint session with IAASB in September. Anyone have any additional comments on those draft minutes? Can we approve those draft minutes? Any objections? Okay, so noted. They're approved without unanimously, no objections, no amendments. Okay. Anyone else would like to raise before we go into the first working session? Ada, you ready for the first session? We are definitely a going concern.
We are indeed a going concern. Thank you, Tom, and welcome everybody. We're happy to sit in front of you and talk you through what we've done over the last quarter and where we are at the moment. Can we maybe go to the next slide, Michelle? So this is the team that brought us this far. Our task force and staff, Greg, Wendy, Kai Morton, Sue, Jamie, and for those with really good eyesight, you see Kalina and Natalie on the slide twice, and rightfully so, with all the effort that they've put in getting us or keeping us on track and organized, supported by Megan, of course. So before we go on, maybe on the next slide, let's remind ourselves as to what we're set out to do. So the project objectives that we were set out to do was to increase consistency in practice and behavior, facilitate effective responses in respect of going concern risks. And I'm going to read these out because I do think it's important. We were going to strengthen the evaluation of management assessment and the appropriate exercise of professional skepticism. and we were going to enhance transparency and communication regarding going concern. In Appendix 3 of the issues paper, we've included a mapping table that demonstrates how the project objectives and the proposed standard setting activities have been addressed by our standards and the revisions made. And also there we have indicated the qualitative standard setting characteristics that we were addressing or that were most relevant in that respect. So maybe because going concern has been on our minds for a while, and maybe on the next slide, a small picture of the journey we went on, and it all started with well, it's probably started before the discussion paper, but the discussion paper was in 2020, leading up to an exposure draft in 2022, and just at the last meeting of 24, we are sitting here looking for approval by the end of the week. And if we dive a little bit deeper, Michelle, maybe to the next slide, because it took a bit of effort. We are happy where we are now, but we have had quite a bit of work. We've undertaken quite a bit of work to get there. And not only by the task force as we sit around the table, but a whole host of people that I will just thank here. And that started with, and hopefully I have everybody, but started with the information gathering, Beth, Angela, Brett, the project proposal, Sally Ann, Kalina, and Kalina has been a fixture to this project, thank God. For the in vivo analysis, Armand, Ida, Isabel, Kalina, post-ED to the final standards. We were helped by Natalie and Renee, Willy, of course, quality control, the old board members, Josephine, who was chair up to and including the exposure draft, and Isabel, whom I think maybe on the YouTube channel watching, knowing her, and of course the continuous support by Tom. So having done that, let's see what we've done over the last quarter. So on the next slide, you will see our activities and outreach. And this is a standing fixture because we've done it every quarter, not least in light of the respondents' comments, but we continue to coordinate and have dialogues with IAASB, whom we met in November. We also met with the IAASB. We've engaged with the SMPHE, with whom we followed up on their comment letter and discussed some of the changes that we've made subsequent to that. We've also discussed with them, we asked them specifically in respect of potential differential requirements and the differential requirements in respect of communication with those charged with governance and the enhanced transparency, whether that needed to be extended beyond what we were suggesting. And they clearly indicated that it should not. We also received a letter from them on Friday. Yes, on Friday, and we will discuss that a little bit further on in our presentation. We've also been presented with research outcome by a research project commissioned by the AICPA's ASB. And that can be found on their website. I've included the link on the sheet, or I should say, Kalina has included the link on the sheet. You just need to register with AICPA first before you can access the presentation, but it is publicly available. And of course, we've coordinated with the other task forces, and we've kept an eye out for jurisdictional developments. So that's as a bit of an intro. So what are we going to do today? We are, Michelle, if you can go to the next slide. We are going to walk through the proposed ISO 570, and Kalina and Natalie will take us through it. We will follow the order as per the Appendix 2 of the issues paper. And again, I wanted to thank the board for sending all the comments early last week, or no, sorry, late last week. And as Tom mentioned, please raise any significant comments you have at the meeting because we want to have them on public record. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Kalina, who will take us through the changes and the walkthrough.
Thank you, Edo. So Michelle, okay, we have the next slide. So the first, we've grouped the topics here on the slide. So what we would walk through first of the introduction, scope, objectives, definition, and the risk assessment procedures and related activities. Just to mention that paragraph 8 refers to the effective date, but if the board can save the comments for the effective date later, because we do have a separate question 2, where we will address that proposal. In terms of changes in these sections, there has been some editorials or changes of a clarifying nature. And we've also, in the introductory section, before paragraph 3, we've inserted a subtitle just to be more clear that this paragraph refers to management responsibilities rather than the auditors. So that, if we go to the next slide, Michelle. Tom, I'll hand over to you for questions to the paragraphs 1 to 15 in the requirements, and then A1 to A32 of the application material.
Okay. Paragraphs 1 to 15 and related application material. Sammy.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. I just have 2 quick questions. Question number 1, probably it had been noticed by so many, but I just want to make sure that it's all right. There is a repetition between paragraph 6 and paragraph 9. It's exactly the same word. So do we want to keep it like this, or just eliminate 6 and say that the responsibility is covered in the objective? Because it's exactly the same words almost. For A1, the second bullet point, I totally agree with the substance, but because we are referring to 701, and in 701, these same words are being used in paragraph A41 of 701. The only thing is that instead of the judgments being made by the management, the conclusion in that paragraph using the same words is being done by the auditor. Thank you.
Leo?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Edo, to you and the task force, the work that's been done here. My comments just on paragraph 12. Paragraph 12 includes a reference to paragraph 12, and it's just a little confusing as to what that means. So it doesn't actually have risk assessment procedures other than those required by 315. And then the footnote that talks about 315 is actually not referencing paragraph 12, it references paragraphs 13 to 16. So I just don't know where I'm meant to go with that paragraph 12 and what it relates to.
Okay. Anyone else on these paragraphs? Kalina?
Yes, thanks so much. So Sammy, to your question on the repetition between paragraph 6 and 9. 6 and 9 have not been modified since extant, and those are paragraphs that were in the standard. In terms of whether we are keeping them like this, the objectives are a necessary paragraph to stay there, and the responsibilities of the auditor. I just want to remind that when we received the feedback to ED, there was a lot of support for highlighting the respective responsibilities of the auditor and management upfront in the standard. It was helpful for the context that follows. So in that sense, maybe there is some rationale to retain it there, to emphasize it, and then it flows through the objectives and then the requirements of the standard. Neil, on paragraph 12, so the references to 13 and 14 are making the link back to 315. I appreciate that the language probably that we have in the requirement in paragraph 11, and 13 and 14 doesn't perfectly align, but it does align to the spirit of what procedures we are referring to in 315. And 12 was in response to the feedback, because we received the comments from respondents is that paragraph 12 was not well linked in terms of the overarching requirement established in 11. But we can look again at that and see if we can, if it makes sense. But initially that was the rationale there in terms of where we landed. And I'm not sure on that 11 if you want to add anything.
Well, maybe just the sort of reference to paragraph 12 in paragraph 11 is to paragraph 12 of this standards. So maybe I'm not sure whether that was where the confusion was coming from.
So there's a reference in paragraph 12. Maybe I got a different document, but it's in paragraph 12. It references paragraph 12. And I don't know what standard I need to go to.
Neil, where is it? Can you look at your
It says
document?
in applying ISO 315 revised 2019 footnote 4. Is that your paragraph 11?
That's
Yeah,
paragraph 11.
11, it's the paragraph above.
Yeah, in terms of the drafting convention, we usually do not add paragraph 12 of this standard. Maybe that's what Edo was explaining.
It seems your numbering got messed up a little bit.
Seems like my numbering, if everyone else is on paragraph 11, my numbering's different. I'll take a look.
Okay, it's not a problem if it's in paragraph 11 though. Okay, should we move on?
So Michelle, if we go to the next slide. So this section is evaluating management assessment. And we do have some more significant changes in this section to the requirement. And Michelle, if you move to the next slide, we've explained those. They relate to paragraph 19. So in September, the board provided a lot of direction in terms of the drafting for paragraph 19. And the major concern there was that the phrase assess risk in relation to the entity's ability to continue as a going concern was seen as a phrase that we don't commonly use in the ISOs, potentially causing confusion. So what the task force did is we've removed that phrase and we've replaced it with that the auditor takes into account the results of the risk assessment procedures, including the nature and circumstances of the events or conditions. Another area where the task force spent some time is thinking about the drafting of this paragraph. Some comments were that it has multiple sentences and it's become longer. The task force carefully looked at this, but where it landed is that it's necessary to be 2 sentences because we do not want to imply that this requirement to evaluate the method, the significant assumptions and data would not apply when there are no events and conditions. It always applies. So this is why the separation in 2 sentences made sense. And obviously we were looking for clarity and understandability there to make this message as clear as possible in the requirement rather than attempting to simplify and some of the repetition that's showing up is probably because of the desire to be as clear as possible. In terms of other changes in this section, I would just like to highlight that we've also reinserted back in paragraph 19A 2 that the calculations are applied in accordance with the method because we received offline comments that this is also a relevant consideration irrespective of whether they're mathematically accurate. So the task force agreed and reinstated that back. And in paragraph 20, we made it explicit that both management and the auditor may identify events and conditions beyond the period of management assessment. That was another comment that came from the board. And paragraph 25 was we also reinserted back that the auditor should understand the effects in some paragraph A, because this understanding was necessary for the auditor to be able to proceed with executing B and other subparagraphs of that requirement. So those are the more significant changes we had. And Michelle, if you can go to the next slide, please. So Tom, back to you for comments from the board on paragraph requirements 16 to 25 and application material A33 to A58.
Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, congratulations to the task force on the work they have done. I have a comment on paragraph 19. And I would like to come back to this paragraph. The clarification on the significant assumption provides greater scalability, but we still believe that this approach is not sufficiently scalable for simple entities or cases where the assumption is very simple due to the absence of risk. Following discussion with a professional in France, we anticipate that in some cases there will no significant assumptions of data used. So we think that this requirement could be conditional, in line with the conditional requirement in paragraph 27, if management assessment includes the use of significant assumptions or data, the auditor shall, etc. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you, Tom, and congratulations from myself, Ado, to you and your team for getting us this far. My first comment is with respect to paragraph 19, and this comment also applies to A46. And I think we might be missing the words identified in there somewhere, because as worded, paragraph 19 assumes that there are events identified without that word in there. And I think if you say if identified or identified events or conditions, that helps, because then it's tied as well to paragraph 11, where it talks about the identification of events or conditions. And then my second question and comment is with respect to paragraph 25. The change in 25 little a, where you've struck out those words and essentially added them on to the end of 25 little a, we've lost the word potential there. And I think that needs to come back in as it originally was in the struck out words, but didn't make its way into the revision. Thanks.
Deal.
Sorry, Tom, that's a straight card.
Okay, Eric.
Thanks, Tom, and again, congratulations to the team and where you've got to so far. Got not very many comments this week, but I did want to touch on paragraph A35, which is application material to paragraph 19, and maybe it's related to where Christelle was earlier about the scalability, because when I look at A35 and it talks about management's analysis, it seems to suggest that management analysis could be very, very simple, and yet the auditor is still going to have to go through the requirements in paragraph 19 about the methods and the assumptions and the data used. And so there seems to be a bit of a disconnect between these two paragraphs, and I wondered if we could clarify A35 a bit to be clearer about what would this simpler analysis look like in terms of complying with paragraph 19. So I suggested offline a suggestion of what might be made there, but that was kind of the concern that's been raised from my stakeholders. Thank you.
Josephine.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Apologies that I can't be there, and obviously from me as well, congratulations to the task force for some great work. I'm really happy with the changes that you've made to the paragraphs. I'd be somewhat reluctant to do anything with significant assumptions. I think significant assumptions is inherently scalable within itself, and I support Eric's idea, if we can, to think of maybe another example to add to that scalability where there really isn't very much in terms of method, assumptions and data. My comment actually is on A47, and I apologise profusely for this because I know that that paragraph has sat there quite happily for some time now. But we found in some recent supervision scenarios that this particular paragraph is actually being cited as a reason why not to follow up on matters that come to the auditor's attention. And I don't think that's really in the spirit of this standard. And so if you think about the fact that we don't really have this concept of a significant, a significant scenario, and we haven't really got a threshold of that in our standard, I wondered if we might just remove that aspect of A47 altogether, because I think A48 and A49 actually speak to the same point anyway. So I just wanted to put that on the table because I'd raised it in the offline comments as well. Thank you.
Anyone else? I want to, I've read 19 at least 16 to 20 times in efforts to make it sensible. I think the construction may cause us to get lost in what we're trying to do, which I think I support strongly what's happening here. But it seems to me that we're trying to do two things, which is the evaluation, and then there's sort of a scalability approach to it too. And I feel like there may be a slightly different articulation that could get that done, and it would just be clearer that they're slightly different things, but layered on top of each other. I just find the articulation here potentially confusing. I don't know, Villa, you and I have been talking about drafting a little bit on this to get it clearer, but I don't know if other people in this room feel like it's a very confusing articulation in 19. It's not the concept that gets me concerned. It's just the clarity of the execution on that concept that gets me slightly concerned. And that if we don't separate the evaluation from the taking into account, then we might miss what we're trying to do. Billy, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Well, Tom, I can just add, I think in finalizing the papers, I think the task force put this proposal forward. I know in my final review, I did say to Kalina, we just need to watch out. If there are concerns around the formulation of paragraph 19, I provided an option that sort of as a back pocket that the task force could consider, but we were waiting to see what board members say when they read the paragraph 19.
Right. And so you and I were pretty aligned on this, and that's why I didn't write a new option. But I also, if other people aren't as flummoxed by the articulation and think it's clear, then I can live with it. Kalina?
Yeah, so just wanted to come in, and maybe that would respond also to Julie's comment there about the identified. So went through several explorations for that second sentence in terms of making the articulation as clear as possible. So Julie, the identified, if it is inserted in that second sentence, it implies that if they're not identified, then probably that scalability piece comes in and may be interpreted as the whole requirement is not applicable. This is why where we landed is with the nature and circumstances of events and conditions, considering that it's more broader, not specific that they should be identified. We also looked at whether we should refer to the events and conditions, but we decided not to be specific there. Tom, we can go back and look at it again. We've gone through several, maybe 6, 7 various options, suggestions there. There is different ways to do it, but the complexity, I think, in all of the variations we've seen to a certain extent is there because we do have 3 shalls, but we can look at it again.
This was my point. Are other people, it's a question of how much time you spend on it. Do other people get a little confused about the way it's articulated? Julie, you raised your card.
Well, I'm just gonna maybe say I am now, because if I understand, Kalina, what you just said, including that there would be a problem. I think for me, the way it's written right now indicates that there are always events and conditions, and I don't think that presumption works because there aren't always going to be events and conditions that indicate a significant risk. So maybe I am confused by the wording. I need it clarified for me.
Josephine?
Yeah, thank you. I think Ada or Kalina said at the beginning that there are always events and conditions. You have to sort of think of them as the inherent risks, and there are always inherent risks. And the point is here, it's that threat, that difference is when you jump from events and conditions that may cast significant doubt, and that's the piece that we're more worried about as auditors. And that's what you're trying to do when you're obtaining your understanding. You're working out what the events and conditions are, and then those that actually may cast significant doubt. And you always have to evaluate management's assessment because you don't know what you don't know. And until you do that work, you can't really be sure that what you have, within the best will of the world, of course, is complete. And I would agree with you, Tom, that, you know, ultimately I'm comfortable with where the task force landed on this because they were trying to attach it to the risk assessment process, and we talked about this in September, and that really opens up a completely new world of ideas and trying to work out what that means in this standard, when essentially the whole standard is really doing that for you. So essentially all 19 is saying is that you have to think about method assumptions and data in the context of the nature and circumstances of the entity and the information that you found. And that is, to me, that was always implicit in 19 anyway. And I didn't think we needed all this additional language. And I made that point in September. So if the task force can come up with something simpler, then that's great. But that's essentially all it's saying, as you've already articulated. And my view would be to just go back to how it was before, make the adjustments to Eric's point in the application material that talk about how, in a really simple scenario, what that actually might look like, maybe an example box. And I think then we get to the point, we've got quite a lot of about scalability in here already. And then maybe we don't need all this additional language. Thank you.
Ada?
Yes, thank you. And we'll have a further chat on this with the task force this evening. But what I want to make clear is what we're trying to get out, and at least get an understanding from the board, that as far as we're concerned, you always evaluate method, significant assumptions, and data. And the amount of work that you do is going to be dependent on circumstances where the entity is and the and management assessment that was prepared. And for a very simple entity that has profitable results and that will have and that has sufficient cash in the coffers, that management assessment could be a relatively simple one, but it will still have significant assumptions, not least that no significant events will happen to deplete it, and a level of stability in their business. Those, for the purpose of that simple assessment, would be significant, something that the auditor does need to look at. And the work may not be very extensive on it, because that's going to be scalable towards the level of the assessment. But an assessment always needs to be there. And Christelle, if we bring in some conditionality in there, we will have auditors that then are not going to do anything because said, well, there are no identified events and circumstances. Well, I hear Josephine's point on she believes there's always events and circumstances. Inherently, yes, but we can argue that differently. But the point is, it always needs to be done, and we need to get it scalable. And that's also something we heard from the SMPHE. So would like to keep some scalability in there. I appreciate that and that was the change we made coming to this meeting, which I would like to keep. We'll look at the language again, but those two key points are driving where we're going to land.
Yeah, those key points are exactly my understanding of what you're trying to, and I had no objection to that. It was just, could we be clearer? So, Billy?
Thank you, Tom. Julia, I just wanted to clarify in terms of what you said about the identified. So even if we were to address that, remember what we do not want to inadvertently imply, and that's, I think, what Ado said. So let's say that you are in a situation where you do your risk assessment procedures and you do not identify events or conditions that cause significant doubt on the entity's ability to continue as a going concern. What we want is that management, irrespective, still does an assessment of going concern. And we have to have the audit to perform procedures on that. So I think the task force is willing to look at what you said about identified, but we just want to make sure that won't be the implication. You always have to do work on management's assessment.
Indeed, there's a risk that if we insert if identified, auditors may think, oh, but we didn't identify it, so I'm going to stop here.
Tell me.
Yeah.
And I'm not disagreeing with any of that. And I think what I heard Josephine say is there would always be consideration of the events, but the wording where it says whether they may cast significant doubt, I don't think always applies. And that was my concern, because that sort of implies there's a presumption that they may cast significant doubt the way it's worded right now. Maybe I'm getting caught up in the wording of it, but that was my read of it.
As I said, we'll have a think later tonight and take it from there. Thank you.
Christelle?
To follow up on what Edo just said, I understand what you are saying, of course, but I think that at least we will need some examples in application material on scalability in order to show how we do when it is very simple and in the case where it is not conditional. Thank you.
Okay. Back to you, Kalina.
Yeah, just to come back to some of the comments, Julie, thank you so much. We'll look at that paragraph 25, see if we've lost something in the changes. And then, Eric, thanks so much for your offline comments. We'll look at that, try to make the language, look at your suggestions. Yes, and I think with that, we can move on to the next slide. Okay, so now we are in the section for evaluating management plans for future actions. Information becomes available after the date of the auditor's report and evaluating the audit evidence and concluding. So in this section, we did have some changes, which are also explained in the changes paper. What we did is for paragraph 29, in response to comments we heard in September, we've aligned it more closely with paragraph 10 of ISA 560. There were also more substantive comments by the board for paragraph A72, which is attached to the conclusion on whether a material uncertainty exists. And the example particularly was found as confusing, repetitive, not adding value, so that was removed. So if we can move to the next slide, Michelle. So we are asking the board for views here on requirements 26 through 31 and application material paragraphs A59 to A72. So Tom, back to you.
Okay. Paragraphs 26, 31 and related application material. Julie, then Sachiko, then Eric.
Thank you. My two comments are on application material paragraphs. The first one is A62. And I know you haven't made a change in this paragraph, but if my recollection is right, back in September, we talked about that sentence that's in the middle of that paragraph, which says, in such circumstances, the auditor may consider making inquiries. I won't read it all out, but that's the sentence I'm referring to here. And I thought maybe you were going to take another look at that because as written, I'm not sure it gets me to what the idea of the paragraph was meant to be, but it also may be an indicator that you've got a bit of a scope limitation as it's currently written. because you're inquiring about the rationale of someone not confirming something to you. And by not confirming something to you, is that in essence, could that lead the auditor to think they have a scope limitation? So as I said, I know that wasn't changed, but I still a bit troubled by that middle sentence. It could probably be removed without really losing the essence of the paragraph. And then A72, sorry, I'm just going to scroll here. A72 was one that you did make changes to in this draft, and it's a little bit unclear now if the tie to sufficient appropriate audit evidence is about the events or conditions, or if it's tied to management's future plans. I think it's meant to be management's future plans, because if I look at the words that were struck out, that's what it was before, but as written now, it's unclear. And then my second point on this is, it leaves me a little bit hanging as to what the auditor's meant to do after this paragraph, because I think what we're saying is that you wouldn't just default to a scope limitation. The auditor would determine you have a material uncertainty in that case. But I think we need to somehow hook that back up to a requirement or something that the auditor does subsequently, because they're sort of left in potentially no man's land, right? Because you may go back to management might say, well, I don't think I have a material uncertainty. You, auditor, think you have a material uncertainty. And then you're left with, what do I do after that? And potentially you don't have those disclosures now because management hasn't agreed with you on that conclusion. And so I don't know if there's a way to tie back to another paragraph within the standard. I think it might be, I had the reference, 36, or somewhere where it says the auditor needs to consider things like a scope limitation, effect on your auditor's report, those kinds of things, because it sort of just ends and it doesn't give me a steer as to what to do next.
Sachika?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much, Task Force, and congratulations. And thank you, Julie. I also have a comment on A72. I also found this sentence, it seems to be a bit confusing. And my comment is relating to the relationship with 7.5, because it seems to me that you cannot obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence relating to events or conditions that make a significant doubt. There is always material uncertainty exists, and there is no case that the auditor express modified conclusions or disclaim opinion due to inability to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence with regard to the event or condition. So I think there is something is missing, or maybe perhaps we can delete the sentence, or some clarification is needed for that sentence. That is my comment. Thank you.
Eric?
Thanks. And my comments on A72 as well, and basically very, very similar to the other comments you've received already. I guess my understanding of the paragraph's intent was that unless the auditor's been able to get the audit evidence obtained from the evaluation indicates that the effects have been mitigated by management, then you have a material uncertainty, which is sort of the reverse of getting sufficient appropriate audit. But that's kind of my understanding of what the paragraph's trying to say. And like others, I think it's sort of the so what and what do I do now that needs to be considered. And I've also suggested offline that perhaps somewhere in our guidance or whatever, an illustration of a report dealing with that circumstance might be helpful to sort of clarify what the auditor says in that circumstance. Thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, I just have the similar remark, and I don't want to repeat everything what Julie said, Sachika said, and Eric, but just to make it short, I don't think the automatism you're describing here is 100% correctly. If the auditor is unable to obtain sufficient appropriate evidence, then automatically we have a material uncertainty. We don't have to have a material uncertainty. However, the implication for the auditor then would be a scope limitation or modified opinion, and I think this piece is missing. Thank you.
Okay. Galina?
Okay, so Julie, your question about paragraph A62 and comment. So we did look at this paragraph again, and we did look at some of the suggestions that came back there. The task force landed that some of the suggestions were there is to reframe this inquiry in terms of policies and procedures instead of just an inquiry for the rationale. But the task force felt that if we do that, we're kind of giving the answer instead of the finance provider. So like asking them, do you have policies and procedures that put you in a situation not to? If there was that situation, we would expect the finance provider to give that answer. We felt the question was more open like this because there may be also other reasons that the auditor can kind of get through that inquiry. So we left it as it is on that basis. A72, so the task force will look at this paragraph again in view of comments that were provided. I think it's comfortable to say, Edo, that the sufficient appropriate evidence is in relation to the plan. And this is the element we want to bring in. There is also an interplay between the two conclusions the auditor does. So the appropriateness of the accounting, basis of accounting, and the material uncertainty. Those two conclusions interplay. So the logic there was that we have paragraph 30, which talks about the conclusion that the auditor makes in terms of sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding and the conclusion on the appropriateness of management's use of the going concern basis of accounting. And then the attached paragraph there, A67 in the application material, leads you to 705. And if you do have a limitation on scope, this is where it would be. And then after you have concluded on that appropriateness of accounting, you can either be in it's inappropriate or it is appropriate. If it is appropriate, then is when paragraph 31 would kick in terms of the auditor concluding whether there is a material uncertainty. We'll take it back, look again whether this relationship is clear. But Robert, to your point, it's not like the auditor cannot come in a limitation of scope. They can through the conclusion in paragraph 30, but once you're in 31, it's really more a binary conclusion that needs to be reached. At least this is what we discussed as a task force. However, we do appreciate that the language there is probably not getting us where we need to be, so we'll look at that again. Yeah, Edo, I'm not sure if...
Yes, well, thank you. Yes, no, we've confused everybody, and apologies for it, by linking sufficient appropriate audit evidence to events and conditions. It should have been squarely linked to management plans, because the sentence starts when events and conditions are identified, so you already have that. And if you have events and conditions that may cause significant doubt, you need to look at the plan. And if there is no convincing evidence that it can be mitigated, there is a material uncertainty. It is binary at that point in time. And what we don't want is that, and that clarity then needs to be provided. What we don't want is that because auditors feel, well, we didn't get sufficient appropriate audit evidence about management plans. We know they have plans, but we don't have enough audit evidence to move into a modification or a disclaimer. No, they need to be explicit on whether material uncertainty exists in those circumstances. That was the intent of where we're trying to go to. We will clean up this language, and we have some suggestions to simplify it and to get this on point again. And I'll think about, we need to think about if we can clarify where you go subsequent to this, that is fine as well.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, back to you.
Okay, so now we are in the section of adequacy of disclosures and the implications for the auditor's report. This section has more substantive changes in the area of adequacy of disclosures. Edo previously mentioned we did get a letter from the SMPAG on the topic, and I know there was also offline comments in this area. So Michelle, if you move to the next slide. So paragraph 32, what we discussed as a task force following the discussion in September is whether it is clear from the standard that there is an expectation for management to provide adequate disclosures in the financial statements when significant judgments are made, in concluding that there is no material uncertainty. The task force looked at the requirements for the adequacy of disclosure and landed on the position that it may not be sufficiently clear because the requirement was linked to was conditional on the applicable financial reporting framework, and then the explanation that we had put at the time of ED was sitting in the application material. So with that intent, to make it as clear as possible that the auditor needs to think very long and hard when they're in a close call situation, whether the disclosures are adequate, we have revised the requirement in 32 and also made some changes in the application material, particularly because we felt that this is a relevant consideration, both when the financial statements to be fairly presented and not to be misleading. So as a result of these changes that we did in the paragraphs for adequacy of disclosures, there were some knock-on effects on the illustrations and maybe some paragraphs in the implications for the auditor's report, mainly aligning with this rationale that we've built into paragraph 32. So illustration 2 particularly is affected. And also in illustration 2, we've extended that reference from the going concern section to the CAM section to be more specific what we mean. I know that was a point that was raised, what is the key audit matter, in which specific part of the going concern section does it sit? Because we have the explicit statements, we have other references to notes, so that was brought in there. So with that, maybe Michelle to the next slide. And we are asking views for requirements 32 to 38, and then application material paragraphs A73 through A96, including the appendices with the illustrative auditors' reports. Tom, over to you.
Okay, Hernan.
Thank you, Tom. Well, just to say that regarding the comments of the SPM AG, exactly, I understand that this similar case of IFRS accounting standard that in IFRS for SMEs is not different situation. I believe that paragraph 32 is in the context of the application material, and we have to read as a whole the standard, and the reference to the framework is not out the proposed standard. I feel happy with this wording. Thank you.
Josephine?
Sorry, apologies for finding the right buttons. Thank you, Kalina, and thank you for the explanation. Unfortunately, on this one, I'm actually not particularly happy with this change. Paragraph 32 initially, in my view, isn't just about the closed call. And in some ways, what we're doing now is we're imposing IFRS requirements, not even requirements, upon the auditor and management here in 32. And ultimately, it was much broader the way it was before. We're not saying that you should step back and consider whether adequate disclosures are there only in a closed call situation. We were saying you should stand back and think about whether there are adequate disclosures there. And it was in view of the financial reporting framework as well. So it gave you that option to think, are there adequate disclosures? What is the framework asking me to do? And are there adequate disclosures, to your point as well, in order to make sure that you are compliant with a fair presentation framework, for example. What we've done here now is that we've narrowed it only to closed call. And then I can see that, you know, people might think that there's a connection there with 32 and 34B, but 34B is the auditor, and it's driving the auditor's consideration of whether they need to do something different, if they need to talk about something different when they're reporting to users. And we use the significant judgments and all the explanation that we put in the standard on significant judgments to help the auditor in making that decision. But it is a framework idea. And so for that reason, I'm not happy with 32, because I think we've now really, as I say, we've really slimmed this down and it's not as broad as it was. I do think you need to think about it. There may be other reasons why you need adequate disclosures. Like, for example, one year they may have had a material uncertainty, they disclosed it, and everything related to that went away in the following year. But you probably expect a story somewhere in the financial statements that actually explains that and why that is the case. And to me, that's not necessarily a significant judgment in the way we're thinking about it in this standard. So I would rather we went back to how it was before, because I think in some ways we've moved further away from excellent in this regard. Thank you.
Julie?
I was just trying to process everything Josephine just said and think about what I was going to say, because what she suggested might fix my problem. But my issue with 32 was the more about the change from evaluate to determine. And the fact that we no longer have, in view of the requirements of the applicable financial reporting framework, which I think makes sense with the verb determine, because you're determining something against a framework. We now don't have that there. And so determine felt odd, because I think what you're left with is an evaluation, and your evaluation is probably tied somewhat to the evaluation you do at the end of the audit that comes in ISA 700, where you're assessing against a fair presentation framework or a compliance framework, and that's an evaluate. And so that was my concern with the changes in 32, but now I've listened to Josephine, and maybe reverting back to where we were solves my problem. Because if you change determine back to evaluate in 32, you've got it again in 33, and then raise the question for me again, should that not be an evaluate as opposed to a determine? So I'll leave that there. I know the task force is probably going to look at paragraph 32 anyway. And then 33 little b, and apologies, because I know this wasn't a change, and I know that this has been there for a little while, but some of our practitioners did ask if all those words in 32 little b, starting with the and that's sort of in the middle of that paragraph, needed to be in the requirement, or could be somewhere in the application material, because they felt that okay, Ado's shaking his head no, but just for the feedback anyway. And this isn't one of my most significant points, but I'm just raising it because it's in the requirements. But those words then by default are expected to be in the report, when in fact that might not be the best way to describe what's happening in the report. That was just feedback that we got from those that were reading this for the final time. Thanks.
Eric?
Thanks, Tom. And sorry, Julie, I just missed the paragraph reference you were.
The last one, Eric?
Yeah.
33 little b.
Oh, 33 little b. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I had the same on 32. I had the same concern about the not making a reference to the financial reporting framework for the reasons that others have indicated. I think I'm just worried it might lead to circumstances where management and the auditor are getting into conflicts about what's a significant judgment or not, and what should the adequate disclosures be, and then how the auditor would address that in a report if they disagree with the fact that something's a significant judgment that's not reflected in the requirements of the framework itself. So yes, I had the same comment as some others. Thanks.
Michelle?
Yeah, thank you. So my comment is in respect of para 32, where we are saying the auditor concludes that no material uncertainty exists. Whether it should be that the auditor agrees on the management's conclusion that no material uncertainty exists, because it's the management who is going to determine the uncertainty. Thank you.
Robert?
Well, thank you. Well, Kalina, you mentioned there have been fundamental changes versus the September draft, which we discussed here. And we had a deliberate discussion in my jurisdiction last week, and we have raised fundamental concerns about paragraph 32. And I refer also to Eric's comment. If you deleted the reference to financial reporting frameworks in 32, there are quite a few frameworks, especially also in Germany, that do not require disclosure of significant management judgments. And even if in close call situations, as it is described here in paragraph 32. And you are currently in this draft, we are requiring the auditor to determine whether disclosure has been made. However, from a preparer's perspective, there could be the situation in Germany that the preparer does not have to make such a disclosure if on a close call situation. So he is not obliged or is not required by law or by the respective financial reporting German GAAP framework. Now this brings us into a deadlock situation where on the one hand side, the auditor has to come to some kind of conclusion. On the other hand side, the preparer says, I'm fully aligned with, legally aligned with the framework. So how do we get out of this deadlock situation? And I can only urge you or the task force to reinsert these wordings, which you deleted and you put them into A73. And also with reference to A73, make those changes reverse and bring them back to where they had been in our September draft. Thank you.
Neil?
Thanks, Tom. In the issues paper, there's a comment, I think paragraph 10 of the issues paper, it talks about the ICPA having done a presentation in October to the staff and task force about some of these disclosures. I was interested in just knowing a little bit more about the results of that research and if there were any concerns that have been raised in that presentation.
Okay, Sachika?
Thank you. I also have a comment on 32. And first of all, thank you very much, Task Force. I think this change all somewhat related to my previous comments. So thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration. And similar to Robert, I also heard a lot of feedback from my stakeholder in Japan because about the removal of, in view of the requirement in the applicable financial reporting framework, because that is problematic in Japan as well, because as I commented before, according to the regulation, that is applicable for actually a publicly traded entity in Japan when management concludes that there is no, there is significant doubt, but there is no material uncertainty exists. The disclosure relating to events or condition is required to be included in other part of annual report. That is not the financial statement. And therefore the paragraph 32 is difficult for jurisdictions such as Japan because as I think similar to Robert mentioned, even if auditor ask management to do that, they want to do that because there is no requirement and actually they already disclose that information in other part. So I think SMPAG letter talks about their issue in terms of the reporting framework for SMPE, but I just want to add that that is also problematic for publicly traded entity environment in some jurisdiction as well. That is my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Christelle?
Thank you. I have similar concerns about paragraph 2 as they were already raised by other board members. about the deletion of in view of the requirements of applicable financial reporting framework. Is my first comment, and my second comment is about appendix. In page 50, we believe that the no material uncertainty related to going concern subtitle in the going concern section should be removed, as it is not aligned with the standard. Typically, the content of the audit report should align with the requirements in the standard itself, and the subtitle is not referenced in the related paragraph 34. Thank you.
Okay. So a lot of comments touching on similar concepts, though a little bit of dispersion around those concepts. Kalina, any reaction?
Yeah, just maybe to respond to Christelle's comment, the easy one about being removed. So, and this may kind of also resonate with Neil's question about the research of IACPA, which has been very useful. And I think Edo made a reference, it is publicly available, rather than us interpreting it can be accessed at the IACPA website. But one of the things that we thought is useful to do is obviously following this change in the reporting model is to be clear and to signpost, maybe in the illustrative reports, that this going concern, the nature of the context of the going concern section is that there is no material uncertainty, just to make sure that users appropriately interpret this section as they encounter it in the first, second, third reporting periods. And Christelle, thanks Jamie, who pointed out to us there is a precedent where we show in illustrative reports something that is not required. You may go to 720, illustration 2, footnote 14, where a whole paragraph is presented. And there were some useful suggestions from the feedback that we kind of use the approach of 720 and we footnote to make sure that there is no confusion that this is an additional element, an optional element. So in the revisions, we'll definitely have a conversation with the task force if that makes it clear and use the 720 example there. Tom, fully agree with your view. This is a different viewpoints, but the issue is there. So I guess on that basis, I'll hand over to Edo.
Yes. So yeah, maybe to pile on to the inserted subtitle. That is not a requirement. We don't instill the requirement, but it is optional. And if somebody wants to signpost that there is no material uncertainty, that's there. On the adequacy of disclosures, no, sorry, on the in view of the requirements of the applicable financial reporting framework. The reason we didn't inserted it, but it may very well come back. And by the way, Julie, I agree with your evaluate in 32. In 33, it is a determine because it's black and white. It needs to be there. 34, 33 actually determine, and that's extent. So we didn't make this up, but that's where our standard does drive financial reporting. It was not our intent to achieve the same thing with 32. Our intent was that we want the auditor to think about what is happening, what is occurring, and if you are in a close call, is that then sufficiently clear? The auditor needs to think, should that be disclosed? Whether or not the financial reporting framework requires it or not, the auditor should still think about it. And just to relate it back to Sashiko's example, the auditor, because the evaluation or the determination may very well be, no, it's fine the way it is. And for example, in Sashiko's case, where management would disclose all the circumstances and the judgment made in the management's report as part of the annual report, that would be considered. So it's not a given that it always needs to be there. So that is the intent, what we were trying to achieve. And again, thank you very much for sending comments in upfront, because we've done some thinking behind the scenes, which we'll discuss with the task force later today. to bring that intent out and hopefully to ease the concern in respect of the deletion of the in view of the financial reporting requirements. Thank you.
Would it be fair to say that this is an issue you'll probably bring back tomorrow?
This
On Wednesday, I mean.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This one will come back as well as the one we just discussed before about sufficient appropriate audit evidence.
Okay. Josephine?
Sorry, Edo, just to confirm something that, or maybe just to clarify, this particular requirement as it runs from year to year and then extent, it's not just about the close call. And that's the bit that's really concerning me, that we will end up narrowing it. So I just wanted to make sure, if I wasn't clear about that I was clear now. Thank you.
That was clear, Josephine. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll get some new language on this, which reflects some of the comments and Josephine's last remarks. Okay, Galina, back to you. Julie, sorry.
Sorry, and I didn't refer to the signpost in the illustrative report because I was in agreement with what you had there and didn't feel like, even though it wasn't in requirements, it was inappropriate. So I'm happy that it's just in an illustration and could be used or not used. And I didn't have the precedent Jamie's found for having something there, but I was in agreement with what you'd done. So I didn't refer to it, but I wanted to come back in and say I was okay with it.
Yes, and we're going to think about adding a footnote to that subtitle to clarify what we're trying to intend.
Okay. Sachika.
Sorry, I just want to add my comment about, thank you for your explanation about Japanese station. And why I thought it's very strict was from the wording A73, it says you need to disclose something in the financial statement. So that language seems to suggest there is always a disclosure in the financial statement, whether it's or not, there is a requirement in the financial reporting framework. So maybe you can take a look at that as well. Thank you.
And that's definitely on the radar screen, Sachiko. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, it would change commensurate. Yeah.
Okay, so our last section here is on written representation, communications with those charged with government, reporting to appropriate authorities outside of the entity, and documentation. For the written representation requirements, there were some changes in paragraph 39D. This was in response to comments we heard in September, and where the task force landed is D was basically extended to address representation about disclosures in more broadly in relation to going concern, because the previous formulation that we had was not seen that it may cover all the related disclosures, and we brought in also the significant judgments based by management in that requirement. Then paragraph 40, there was some alignment changes that were needed there in terms of the definition for material uncertainty related to going concern. And if we can move to the next slide, just wanted to highlight that we did consider documentation. That is paragraph 44. What we did in response to the comments we received, we looked at whether there is anything from more recently ISAs that could be brought in terms of the documentation. But where the task force landed is that we have captured the most relevant aspects related to the auditor's significant professional judgments. We also considered that it's unnecessary to call out the significant professional judgments related to the period, because that's only one aspect of the auditor's conclusions. It could potentially highlight this one in relation to other aspects that are relevant. And we do have a conforming and consequential amendment already proposed in 810 to 230 that provides more flavor how the auditor needs to think about those situations when there are significant judgments on the side of management, including in relation to the appropriateness of the basis for accounting, which would address those circumstances when the period is not appropriate or is appropriate. So we have something in there, so we feel we're sufficiently covered. And maybe if we can move to the next slide. So Tom, here we have the last question, a round of questions for question 1, requirements 39 to 44, and application material paragraphs A97 to A105.
Okay. So basically the rest of the standard itself. Any comments? Okay, I think that means the people are happy with the last section of the standard. Does it mean we're moving on to the conforming consequentials? Okay. Effective date. Oh, my favorite. Minutes, effective date. Okay, effective date.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. So since September meeting, the Going Concern Task Force continued to analyze respondents' feedback, especially on the remaining question from the exposure draft, which is the question 17B on effective dates. They also work on updating the conforming and consequential amendment, mainly based on changes made to ISA 570. And as described in our issues paper, we'll now discuss those two topics and get your views. So let's start with the effective date. So we heard from respondents that they were supportive of coordinating the effective date with the other IAASB projects that are also considering changes to the auditor's reports, which are the fraud project and the listed entities and PI Track 2 project. We also heard from respondents who supported the proposed effective date that the time frame of approximately 18 months is after the approval of the standard is the minimum period that should be considered, and from other respondents that a 24 months period after the final approval is more reasonable for effective implementation. So respondents also expressed concern that encouraging early application may result in varying auditors' reports for the same or similar period within the marketplace, potentially causing confusion for users of financial statements. Next slide, please, Michelle. So based on the comments received, the task force is of the view that aligning the effective date with the fraud project and the track 2 of listed entity and PI project remains a key public interest consideration, as it would support effective implementation and avoid consecutive changes to the auditor's report in a short succession. In that context, and considering the current timeline for the finalization of the fraud and listed entity and PI projects, as well as providing sufficient implementation period for the Going Concern Task Force propose an effective date of December 15, 2026. In views of respondents' support to avoid subsequent changes to the auditor's report, the task force also recommends that the board remain silent on early application of the standard. The task force also proposes to leverage the basis for conclusion document to emphasize that the collective impact to the auditor's report as a result of the revision proposed by the Going Concern, fraud and listed entity and PI projects, and not encourage early application to the auditor's report on a piecemeal basis. Slide. So Tom, over to you now. We want to hear from the board members whether they agree with the summary of respondents' feedback for the effective date presented in the issues paper, whether there are any other significant issue raised by respondents that should be considered, and we'd like to hear for their views on the effective date, on the recommendation on the effective date. Thank you.
Okay, let's deal with 2A first, the due process question. Does anyone have an issue with how the analysis has been presented? No, is it for how the analysis or about? Okay, so they agree with the summary of respondents. Okay, so let's go to the substance here. B, Hernan, you could kick us off.
Thank you, Tom. Well, I'm supportive with the date for the initial application, but my concern is regarding the early application. The task force recommend remain silent on the early application, and I agree with not encourage early application, but I'm not sure if the basis for conclusions is the best place to treat with this important matter, because if we are sure that it's not advisable to follow this practice, we should state that into the standard, stating clear that it's not allowed the early application of the standard, because if not, diverse in practice will be at least a problem.
Josephine?
Sorry, I think I have a slightly different view. On the whole, I'm very happy with what's there and I'm happy with the effective date. That all makes perfect sense. My only concern is the language that we're using here. So not encourage early application. I'm not sure that we should do that. I think if we explain very clearly why we've chosen this particular effective date and how it works in terms of the various different activities that are going on in terms of 240 and PI, of course, and I think that's fine. But to prohibit or not encourage seems a little bit of a step too far. And there are always going to be different standards and different reporting requirements out there. I mean, we know from the UK's perspective, in terms of going concern, we're already including reporting requirements around close call, for example. So I would just be careful with the language and the basis of conclusions. To me, that's like it feels like a slippery slope if we start prohibiting. And I know we haven't used that language, so that's my word. So I'm just be very careful in what we're writing. Thank you.
So Josephine, if I understand you right, is you think we should reflect our normal practices by, to some extent, being silent, but also express in the bases how we see these standards fitting together and it making sense, right? Is that what you're suggesting?
Nicely summarized. Thank you, Tom. Yes.
Okay. Julie, then Neil.
Well, you've summarized it well, Tom, and that was going to be my comment as well, is silent, but explaining the connection of the standards, but not encourage or discourage. I think we need to be consistent with how we've done it before.
Okay, Neil.
I think some duplication. Permitting the early adoption would be fine as long as we're taking on all three of those standards at the same time. I think cherry picking which ones you might apply and not apply would then create a concern for me. So clarity around the three coming together would be useful.
Well, actually, that's a different point of view. So what Julie and Josephine were saying is our policy is not to use the word encourage, but we permit early adoption, and an explanation of our thought process that these probably go best together. That is not what you were saying, which was almost a prohibition, which would go beyond normal policy here. So let's make sure we air this out a little bit. So.
So I'm glad this has cropped up here, because I think it is something that's going to come back on some of the other topics we talk about. And we certainly have it in the PI arena, where there are some reasons why people do want to early adopt, given the IAASB implementation date. So I was very comfortable with the summary you provided, Tom. I think it's really important that the basis of conclusions explains it quite carefully, and also reflects the feedback that we've had from the consultations on all three projects, that people really want a consistent, they want the implementation date to be the same, but that in each of the circumstances there are sort of there are questions around early adoption. So I think the permitting is fine, but maybe feeding back to people as well that oftentimes people were talking about the suite. So if they are adopting, let's say, PI or going concern early, that they are conscious of the rationale. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Sue. And so our thinking is very much in line, Tom, as you've summarized it. We want to stay silent on it, but we do want to give the consideration, or at least the thought process behind it in the basis of conclusions that if you early adopt, it's not prohibited. You need to think about these things. If a territory decides to go differently, maybe adopt PI 1 year before, and I can see a scenario where that happens, and do fraud and going concern later, I don't think that hurts too much. So to make these all three conditional together, Neil, is a little bit of a trouble for me. And on the other hand, I also don't think that there's any territory in their right minds that will adopt going concern a year before fraud, given the implications for the report. So I don't think we need to spell that out. We need to make them aware, and that's what we were trying. That's our thinking process. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to clarify my wording there. I mean, I think I am aligned with everyone. I'm not prohibiting it. I do think we want to be abundantly clear that these things are connected, and it would make sense to adopt them as a suite if you were. But there may be cases where you could be able to choose one, but those would be less common than taking it on as a suite. So just be abundantly clear in the connection of the three.
And through connection, you mean they both have an impact on the assurance report or auditor's report?
Correct, and
Okay.
timing, yeah.
Thank you, Tom. I think the issue has sort of sorted it out now in terms of the discussion that was had. I just wanted to say that we have done this on 2 previous occasions with the auditor reporting standards as well as with the quality management standards. I think actually with the auditor reporting standards, we actually were a little bit stronger. We actually did say we do not believe these should be adopted on a piecemeal basis. But I understand where the task force has landed on this one. And I think the way that we explained it in terms of just make people really aware of the intention of aligning these 3 effective dates, I think that will be fine. And then maybe just to answer Hernan's question, Hernan, the previous times where we have done this, we will highlight it in the basis for conclusions. We can also highlight it in the fact sheet that will come out. And then obviously we also have a news alert when the standard is published, which we can also use to highlight that.
Wendy.
I think I've heard different variations of the same theme around the table. I just want to go back to Josephine's first comment, which was making sure we say why the effective dates were aligned. Right?
Yeah, that'll be in the basis. Okay. I think people, just to be clear, people are fine with the proposed effective date as well. We'll explain why this date and others are aligned. We will not be making any specific pronouncements about recommendations and prohibitions. Is that what we've agreed? People fine with that? Good. I think we're done with this topic.
So next topic. So next topic is the conforming and consequential amendments. So it refers to agenda item 2C that sets out updates made to the conforming and consequential amendments to other ISAs as a result of the revision of proposed ISA 570. So you may have read section 3 of the issues paper that discussed the key updates made to the 4 topics highlighted in the slide. So let's quickly go through each of those before we ask for your views. So the first one is to support auditors in complying with the extended commencement date of the 12 months period of management assessment. So the task force proposed a conforming and consequential amendment to ISA 210 to add to the examples of matters that may be referred in the engagement letter in paragraph A24 of ISA 210. So the expectation of management to provide a going concern assessment that covers a period of at least 12 months from the date of approval of the financial statements. And to illustrate in the example of an audit engagement letter in Appendix 1 of ISA 210 that additional information requested from management for the purpose of the audit may include a going concern assessment that covers a period of at least 12 months from the date of approval of financial statements. The second one is impacting ISA 250 revise, where the task force have proposed to include the reference to rights in paragraph 29B to not only refer to responsibilities established by law and regulation to report to an appropriate authority outside the entity, but also to the right to do so, to remain consistent with changes proposed in ISA 570 and with application material from ISA 250 revised that already refer to those rights. Then the task force proposed changes to paragraph 15 of ISA 701 to align with paragraph A1 of proposed ISA 570, which now recognize that the close call situation is by its nature CAM. However, as for material uncertainty, it is reporting according to ISA 570 and not within the CAM section. And finally, several conforming amendments were made to the illustrative reports included in the appendices of ISA 510 and ISAs of the 700 and 800 series to align with the changes in the proposed standards. So those include the subtitle, when applicable, to clearly signpost that no material uncertainty exists, context to the explicit statement to enhance users' understanding that such statements are not an opinion on a discrete matter or guarantee that the entity has ability to continue as a going concern, and aligning the order of the statement, so to align with the proposed illustration 3 to 6 in ISA 570. Next slide, please. So now, Tom, over to you then to get their views on those updates to the conforming and consequential amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Any comments on conforming and consequential amendments? Eric?
Just a couple of editorials, and they both are in ISA 210. The first one is paragraph 824. There's a new bullet added there, and it looks very similar to a bullet further up the list, and just sort of suggesting that you just conform the wording so that it's done in the same way. It looks like it's the same kind of topic. And then in the example audit engagement letter, there's an additional item added to the engagement letter, which seems very similar to another example in the engagement letter, and just suggests perhaps looking to conform them somehow. The only other thing I'd like to say is several of our stakeholders really liked illustration 2 in 570 that has that additional supplementary wording explaining where the respective responsibilities of management and the auditor reside. And if you get opportunities to put them in different places, we'd be very pleased to see more of that, perhaps in, if not in the standard, then at least perhaps in some of the reports guidance that might come out subsequently. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie?
My comments are very similar to Eric's. In that bulleted list in the A24 paragraph, just question the order there, but that's relatively minor. As long as it's there, I don't have an issue, but just the order, I know you've added them to the end, but if that's a logical order or not. And I had a similar comment in the illustrative engagement letter around combining, I think it's sub-bullet 2 and 4, because they're essentially saying the same thing, I believe. Eric's last point around the illustration and those additional words that you've added around responsibilities of management and the auditor, really like those words as well. At first I thought, why is this only an illustration 2? And then if I read the setting the scene part of the illustration, I see now the connection in illustration 2 as to why those additional words are in illustration 2. And that answered my question as to why they're not in the other illustrations. But I thought it was something we might want to point out in any other guidance that we might issue about why those words are in that illustration and the reasoning for that.
Thank you. Robert?
I refer to, I think it's 701, the CAM. And in paragraph 15, and Natalie, you mentioned this, that when significant judgments were made by management and we have this close call situation, then there is, according to your proposal, always the automatism, this is a CAM. From my perspective, it doesn't have to be, but it maybe in most instances it will be or could be, but this one-by-one relationship, I don't think we need, number one. Then later on, I have to flip over. It's 705, modifications to the opinion. In 19D, disclaimer of your opinion, the auditor is unable to conclude. Here, you say he at least, if he disclaims an opinion, he at least should or could make a statement about going concern. From my perspective, a disclaimer of opinion is bad enough from a preparer's or entity's perspective, and the auditor just should remain silent, yeah, and not even give a conclusion about going concern any further.
Anyone else? Okay. Back to the team on this one, on these comments. Do you just turn you off your mic? Thanks.
Yeah, so Eric, Julie, thank you so much. We've seen your suggestions. We'll look at those. We'll look at what you can do, because I think also in relation to illustration 2, yes, we can highlight probably in terms of educational materials or elsewhere where we are doing this, but 700 is really out of scope as a conforming amendment. Initially, at least that's our thinking. We'll talk with the task force, but it's more than a conforming amendment. Yeah, and Robert, 701, that is deliberate, because we do want everything that is related to going concern to be into one section. I think the board debated about the consistency comparability advantage when we have all going concern matters in one section. So this is the rationale for the changes to paragraph 15. And the 705 point you made about 19D, I think the board also debated about this previously, and it was well received from respondents, is that when you're in a disclaimer, you're unable to conclude on the going concern, and this is why that statement is inserted there. That's pretty much what I had in response.
Yeah, maybe just to add to Kalina, because I agree with you, Robert, when you disclaim it's bad enough, but this is, and by adding the statement, so as a result, we're unable to conclude, just emphasizes how bad it is. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on conforming and consequential? Think we can move forward?
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next steps. So first of all, what are we going to do this week? So we've done part of Monday, at least the board discussion. The task force will go away and discuss the comments that were provided within and outside the meeting. We will come back tomorrow afternoon with new proposals for 32 and the what is it, A73, A72, and that suite. So we'll deal with the sufficient appropriate audit evidence bit in A72, as well as the adequacy of disclosures. I think those were the key bits that I took from here that we need to get the board's agreement on. So we'll get those discussed tomorrow. On Wednesday by 5:30, you will get then the updated drafts of updated proposed standards that we will take approval on, and we will open up, what is it, 8 o'clock on Friday. Sorry? On Thursday, of course. Yeah, Thursday. To have a discussion with you on any remaining comments that you have. We will try and discuss and resolve those as we go along to in anticipation of approval of the final standards. So that's on the docket for this week. If we then go to the next slide, that demonstrate or that illustrates our way forward. So assuming that we indeed approve on Thursday, we are expecting PIOB certification in April. In the meantime, we will work on the basis for conclusion to write that up. That will be issued then as well. And we will also be working on the fact sheet, the other, implementation material or educational material, update to the FAQs, which is our non-authoritative material, that it will now be superseded, the one that's now out there, and probably issue a video series to point to the key changes that we are bringing to the standards. So that's what we will be doing up to the effective date for the standards. So with that, I wanted to thank Kalina and Natalie for helping us through the session. I wanted to thank the board for all your valuable input, and we will discuss some of our responses to that input tomorrow, and we look forward to it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, team. Before we close, I just want, because this really is the last moment that we could get any input. Is there anything that we've missed that you want the task force to be aware of before they go back sort of towards your final deliberations? Okay, I see no hands up, so that gives us additional comfort for that. Okay, so we're gonna break right now. We're a little bit early. It's 11:25 here approximately. We will still break till 1. Lunch will be ready for you, so you can have lunch when you want, but we'll return at 1 o'clock Eastern time for our afternoon session on Pi. And then we'll do technology. So good start to the day. Look forward to seeing you this afternoon. Well done to the going concern team. Okay, could everyone get seated? We should start in the next minute or so. Okay. Who's in that corner? Ah. Okay. Welcome back for our afternoon sessions of the board. We're going to turn to listed entity and pie track 2. The goal is to give the necessary feedback to the team so they could bring it towards finalization when we meet again later this week on this project. Just a reminder of where we are on this. Remember at the last board meeting, because of the clarification put by IAASB, we as a board effectively eliminated the option that we had in the exposure draft because we couldn't go beyond what IAASB set in determining what pies are. We also eliminated the option 2 because of the concern that it would set in terms of a precedent in terms of regional variations being introduced into our requirements. And the public interest consequences of that in terms of comparability, the ability to understand ISAs. We've always had a situation where you could top up ISAs, but you couldn't be less than our minimum requirements. And so we landed on option 1 as a way of producing the alignment between the 2 standards, and then giving us flexibility in terms of being able to move forward in the existing 6 differential requires, move it to 8 with fraud and going concern. So that's where we are. The goal today is to focus on the substance. That we'll talk a little bit about the process at a later point. The team's done a really good job getting us to this despite all the bumps in the road. I'm going to hand it over to Sue to introduce this, and she's accompanied by her team here.
Okay, thanks, Tom, and thank you, everybody. I had a bumpy flight over, so I'm hoping that that's kind of gone now, but we'll see. So as Tom outlined, our purpose this week is the approval of the narrow scope amendments, and as you will see from the papers, that includes some in relation to 570 because of the ordering of the approval process for the 2 standards that are here today or this week. In this session, as Tom said, we want to focus on the content, the drafting, and so on. And in that area, thank you to those of you that sent offline comments in advance. It's helped us have an opportunity to reflect in advance of the task force meeting. I know that you'll all raise the significant points in the public arena anyway, but it does kind of help the thought process. Can we have the next slide, please? So this is our merry gang. Thanks to our task force, we have Eric, Susan, Hernan, and we have Isabel and Ida supporting us. We have Sungnam from the IAASB as a correspondent member. And this project has been going on for so long that we have previous task force members, Josephine, Fernando, Chun Wei. Kalina was staff support on this for some time. And I particularly want to call out Villy and Tom, who've both provided us an awful lot of support as we've been navigating some of the bumps that Tom alluded to. So next slide, please. This slide summarises some of the key dates in this process, and really a reminder that this journey started back in 2020. IAASB worked on the PI definition with coordination on our side, during 2021, and their final project completed in December 2021. We then approved our PI project with 2 tracks in March 2022, and in December last year, we approved the ED for PI track 2. Next slide, please. This slide sort of summarizes very lightly the activities that we've had since over this period. And I just want to call this out because we're going to be talking later in the week about another limited scope project in relation to ethics. And I think it's probably just worth calling out the fact that we have had, in relation to PI Track 2, 11 virtual meetings, 3 in-person meetings. In the last quarter, we've had 2 more virtual meetings. We've had 9 board discussions, 5 consultations with the CAG and the Stakeholder Advisory Committee. We've had outreach with the National Standard Setters, and many coordination calls and meetings with IAASB, especially in the last month. And in fact, only last week, Billy was in this room presenting to IAASB. So that's in relation to a narrow scope project. There's been a lot of activity going on, maybe behind the scenes and also on the public record. So next slide, please. So as Tom outlined at our meeting in September, we considered two options in the light of the IAASB clarification that had been issued and the feedback that we had on the consultation. So under option 1, we would adopt the publicly traded entity definition, but not the PI definition. And that impacts how the differential requirements are applied in the ISQMs and ISAs. Under PI track 2, under option 2, we would have adopted the definitions of PTE and PI, and that would be on the basis that we had a conditional requirement to apply the differential requirement only when a jurisdiction had refined the categories of PI. So next slide, please. And then just to recap on where we were in September, we concluded on option 1 as being the preferred option. The feedback that we'd had on the ED highlighted the difference of intent between IAASB and IAASB around the mandatory categories of PI and how that would apply. We presented both options to the board in September, and we decided that option 1 on balance is the most feasible path. The board concluded that the proposed revisions that we had described in the ED was not possible because it would go beyond the IAASB code. So ISQM might say that an entity was a PI while the code would say it wasn't. So that would then mean that the 2 boards would have the same definition but different outcomes. So you could have an entity being treated as a PI for audit or ethics and not on the other side. So under option 1, we will effectively be in the same situation as pre-ED with the lack of a global baseline for PIs. We also concluded, as Tom alluded to, that option 2 was not viable due to the jurisdictional variations across multiple classes of entities that are intended to be part of the PI categories. There's an awful lot of variation, different sort of buckets of what entities would fall into. And then particularly, as Tom alluded to, there was the precedent risk in introducing a model that is inconsistent with how we've designed our standards. And that model may open a door to have requirements that are conditional on when a jurisdiction is ready to adopt a requirement. And I have to say, Vili gave some excellent examples to the IAASB presentation, not just in relation to something like this, but let's take something like ISA 600. We have jurisdictions that have not been ready to adopt that in full. Under our premise, if we say an audit is conducted with the ISAs, it is every requirement of every ISA that is applicable. So that is a big piece in relation to the rationale for going with option 1. We did in September also, however, just reconfirm that we are committed to the elements of the project proposals. It's just maybe that we're not at the right stage at the moment of the implementation of the IAASB changes. And the board agreed to revisit the need for the adoption of the definition of PI when the global adoption and implementation has matured sufficiently to be able to do that. And we will continue to coordinate with IAASB and especially on that implementation status. So next slide, please. So just looking at option one, how that aligns with the objectives, the three objectives that we set for this project. First objective was achieving conversion to the greatest extent possible. And we believe that adopting the PTE definition is the greatest extent possible at this stage. And you will see in the papers that we've presented that we have taken the IAASB wording, the IAASB definition word for word and put that into our standards, and propose to put that in. We believe that PTE is a better definition than listed entity. There have been some challenges with the use of listed entity, so there is some clarification. So this is a move forward on that convergence. Not having a definition of PI is a pre-existing difference between the two boards in any event. So that it's not that that's a step backwards. It's retaining where we are. And we have built in within the material that we're discussing this afternoon, the adoption of the objective and the purposes for differential requirements in the standards. So in relation to objective 2, which was to establish an objective and guidelines to support judgments about differential requirements, we have included paragraphs in the introduction sections of the ISQM and the ISAs, which are again aligned with the IAASB code, and we have kept the language as consistent with the IAASB code as possible there. And then the third objective, to determine whether and the extent to which to amend the applicability for the extant differential requirements. We have included in the framework of consideration for the auditor to determine whether to apply the differential requirements to other entities. And that includes a consideration of how the entity is treated for ethical requirements. So that is intended to align this piece that the treatment for ethics and audit are consistent. So that's a kind of summary of the rationale for the discussion of how we got to option one, a reminder of some of the discussions that we've had. Obviously, this is summarised in more detail in the issues paper, and you've got that. If we take it to the next slide, our first question here is around just asking for your hopefully your agreement around how whether we have appropriately summarised the board's discussion and position for pursuing option one. It is an area where the PIOB has asked us to make sure that we have articulated that as well as we can. And clearly it's something that's very important when we come for the basis for conclusions and any further communication that we do in relation to that. So, Tom, I think it's over to you for any comments on the option one rationale.
Okay. Any comment on question one? Greg?
Thanks, Tom, and thanks, Sue, for the work of the task force and the presentation. Excuse me. I really liked the bold commitment reminder that you had in your presentation. The IAASB remains committed to all the elements in the ED. I think that's really important, but I didn't quite get that same strength of flavour in the issues paper. So I guess I'm going to make some comments and suggest that we make sure in the basis for conclusions that commitment comes through in the basis for conclusions. Because, for example, in paras, I think 19 to 22, there's quite a lot of rationale in there explaining why we can only go as far as option one at the moment. And I think that's really important to explain why we can only get there. But I think it's more important perhaps, or equally as important, to frame it within the context of the original project objectives, the ones that we are still committed to going to. So, the alignment with IAASB and the bringing in a broader range of entities, important audits, basically, where the differential requirements will apply in due course. Obviously, the conditions have to be right for the board to be able to revisit that decision at some time in the future, but setting it up or framing it in that way such that we're not going to go back and sort of start at ground zero and, you know, work through the need. We're actually, so it's more when rather than if, we're actually setting it up so that when we pick this up again, we're committed to sort of fulfilling what we set out to do. So I think we could be stronger, and I'm suggesting in the basis for conclusions, maybe also capturing in the minutes of this particular meeting. I also think that our commitment should be in our work plan as a board going forward. So that's the framing of the rationale. I just want to make a couple of comments on this. We've signalled that we are going to revisit, and that's good. I fully support that. But we use the language, we're going to revisit the need for adoption of the definition of PI, whereas I would have thought we've done that. That's locked in. It's not the need, it's more are the conditions right to push forward to the next phase. So I see option one as phase one. It's a smallish step, but it's a step on the journey we set out to do. But it's more setting up the broader journey that remains, and that all that work we did, you know, right up to now, you know, none of it will ultimately be wasted. We've done a lot of work, and you just reminded us of all the meetings, all the work. You know, there's been a massive amount of work, and all we're doing, we're adjusting the timing largely here, and so we're doing what we can now. We're setting it up, setting out the groundwork for when we might come back to this, rather than pick it up and start afresh. So just a couple of thoughts on how we frame it, but I'm fully supportive of, you know, where we're at and how we've, particularly how you described it in the presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Edo?
Thank you, Tom. Just wanted to, on a couple of things, comment. So clearly this is a sensitive issue, and at some places I just wonder whether the language we use is a little bit too soft. So we talk of in 19 of possible divergence or the application of IAASB PI proposals could lead to a different outcome. I think we can be firmer on it because I think it is it's not possible and it will lead to a different outcome. And absent that, I do think that the rationale in 19 and 20, particularly 20, is excellent. So I'm really happy with that that train of thought, and I could not have done that better myself. I'm maybe in response to Greg, but I don't think this is not our problem. This is where the IAASB needs to move in establishing a global baseline. And once that global baseline is there, we are more than happy to move forward. That's what our intent was all along. But it's not for us to wait until the conditions are right. Well, let's IAASB move first. Well, they moved first in imposing this on us, and then wandering away from it. And this is that. So I wouldn't mind that being part of that future outlook as well, is that we monitor where IAASB is going on this. Thank you.
Let me take a little bit of what Greg and Edo said. I actually don't think it's monitoring where IAASB is, but I think we're monitoring what the take-up of the PI definition has been around the world. At which point then, which we're first of all going to encourage people do take it up, and secondly, once it has been taken up and it's enough of a baseline, then we could consider extending or very few areas where we have differential requirements to PIs. The one thing I would suggest, off Greg's point, is I don't like open-ended commitments. I think we should signal to the marketplace and our bases when we intend to review it again. In my suggestion, based upon looking at the board calendar, is that by the end of 2026, this board will take up a discussion, which means some research has to come in advance on how far the PI definition has been taken up throughout the world. So like that would be sort of a more clear signal to the marketplace that we intend to review the advance on pi definition by 2020, the end of 2026, which gives enough time to allow adoption in the marketplace and gives us enough time to allow the ARP standard to settle in. But it's a sense that we're not letting this go on for years later. And I think this is speaking with the PIOB too, in advance of this meeting, such a signal would be useful to the marketplace about where we're going. So it doesn't have an impact on what we're deciding today, but it gives this idea that the next phase, which actually is more like the third phase, we did track one, which I viewed as phase one, would be initiated 2 years out from now.
Hesitating, sorry, because I have two microphones for my seat, so you can hear me in stereo, which is fine, I hope. Sorry for my voice. Yeah, just a comment at this stage, because it was referred to the PIOB sensitivity to this subject, for sure. And I have decided to intervene right now at the level of question 1, because I think that, as you probably know, the PIOB was a bit surprised and to some extent disappointed by this change of option that has been considered as, going back to something more conservative and lacking of ambition in terms of evolution, okay? The technical part of the speech could be that it doesn't cover a lot of, public sensitive companies under the current definitions of the option 1 of listed companies, notably in the banking, insurance sectors, and so on. But this is another aspect. I fully recognize, the authority and the autonomy of the IAASB board. And you can have made this decision, and this decision is rational. I can fully understand, as a former audit partner, that, this consideration of such differences in different jurisdictions and so on, that could create a sort of chaos and difficulties to operate, in harmony throughout the world for some auditing firms. Anyway, the point is, because there is this question 1, appropriately summarized and so on, is the way to express the rationale, the reasons why, there is a step back from option 2 to option 1. So let me just at this stage make this comment. This strategy of communication, the nature of what you are going to say and to expose as a rationale, depends on another factor, which is, are you going to re-expose or not? Because if you don't, it's something which has to be, I would say, substantially and heavily explained. But if you re-expose, that's different, because, the way you are going to explain why you re-expose, as a result, makes something easier to present and to get finally as the result of the re-exposure. So this point is not totally independent. It depends on your strategy in this aspect.
Yeah, let me comment on a couple of things. We'll discuss our strategy for further communications with stakeholders when we reach conclusion on this. But that's very much on the table. I do want to put on the record that we have never pulled back from option 2. It has never been the board's position to accept option 2. Our board's position was the ED. To be clear, we considered option 1 and 2 at the board table with no preference expressed, and this board must have the ability to evaluate all options without fear that they'll be judged by dismissing options. And we reached option 1, as you know, and I just doing this for the public record now because the words pulled back. We've never absolutely ever had option 2 as a board position. And I think when we had the discussions of the pros and cons of option 1 and option 2, which had to become the only options at that point because of the expressed IAASB position or clarification, we went strongly towards option 1. So that being said, we note that option 1 is different from the exposure draft, and that's what creates the question of whether we need to communicate further. And I think it's really important because the PIOB has on a few points said that we've pulled back from option 2. It was never on the table for this board. It was considered, but it was never the board's position. Option 1 was our position before after we rejected the exposure draft position. So I think it's really important to understand why we got where we are. We're very aware of the PIOB position. We also understand the need very much, as you point out, to communicate to the external public why we've reached option 1 as the only practical means for moving this standard forward. It's not, in fact, it advances the extant position because the extant position is in the instances of 6 differential requirements we have listed entities. This aligns to PI's definition and expands marginally ahead for PTs and enables us to expand to PIs at a future date. Once the baseline has been achieved, that's why I suggested a time limitation of when we renew consideration on it. And then your point's well taken that, okay, then we have to consider whether we're so far different from where the exposure draft is, the understanding, do we need another communication to the marketplace? So I think I just wanted to be clear for the public record, that's where we are. Not to dismiss the points that you've raised, but I think it's important that there's clarity on this. So Sue, you raised your 10th card. As you maybe possibly responded to my point about the time limitation as well.
Yeah, I was going to come back on that because and thank you for the comments that people have provided. They're very helpful, and we will we'll reflect that as we go through. But the time point I thought was very, very helpful, and I mean personally I'd be very supportive of being more open, more definitive about that. But my comeback, and I'd actually got it on, I was going to raise it on the final slide, but I'll do it now, is a challenge around coordination between the 2 boards, because we were on the IAASB meeting last week. And I think what you described is if the IAASB is to advance through to the next stage, then we need evidence, research and so on to inform that. The IAASB timeline for looking at the state of adoption is 2027. So it seems to me that is a perfect opportunity to align. And I may have sent a slightly flippant note to Villy at the end of the session about, is there any way we can work to pull that forward, because that will essentially inform what IAASB is able to achieve. So I guess I would encourage the team to be able to work with IAASB if possible to align that.
Yeah, just to add on to what Sue said, at the end of my presentation last week to the ethics board, Ken also came in, and they have allocated a adoption working group, and he made the point very clearly that there needs to be a considerable investment on their side to track the adoption of the PI definition. And that will obviously be a great opportunity for us to coordinate with them. And then to Sue's point, that we don't wait until a formal post-implementation review of their standards in 2027, but then a date, the one that Tom mentioned, that we can report back to the board towards the second half of 2026 becomes then more feasible.
Okay, so we may have to be careful with some of the language we use. Philippe?
Just a very simple comment. First, I didn't want to accuse the IAASB through my comments, and I'm sorry if it had this sound. That was not the point. Maybe it's my English or something which is sensitive to express. What I just wanted to say is that, you know, from an external perspective, even the fact that, you know, the profession is working with two different standard boards, having difficulties to be aligned in terms of, you know, projects, dates of delivery of things, you know, like it's very difficult to understand from an external perspective for the man in the street. I love the man in the street, you know. So it's your day-to-day bread. I understand that IAASB, IAASB, and so they have taken an initiative and we are not aligned and so on and so on. But you may know that in the context of the 5,000 delivery, the PIOB became very sensitive to the problems of coordination and alignment between IAASB and IASBA. So this makes sense at this level of board. But, you know, from a public interest perspective, one step back, that doesn't make sense to consider that the profession is represented by two different boards on so important aspects like ethics and standards, which have difficulty to design together a sort of common, you know, work plan with coordinated dates and so on and so on. And that imposes situations like this one, in fact. But there is no accusation on that because I know a bit of history and I know the difficulties you have in working in this context.
Yeah, your points are well taken. I think the misconception here is that we did not work with, we worked a lot with IASB on this. Our standards serve two different purposes here. They have PI definition for ethical purposes, and we've always had differential requirements in our standards, but in a very limited case. There was nothing from the outset of our this project that mandated us reaching a conclusion that differential requirements should be extended to PIs. And this is maybe why we need to communicate better to the public ultimately on this one. But we could have independently determined that the differential requirement should always stay with listed entities or publicly traded entities. And so I guess I think we all need to make sure that we communicate well, but I also think it's important to understand why the monitoring group ultimately determined why there were two different boards, because we actually serve slightly different purposes and different stakeholders, even though for the most part they're converged. So your points are all very well taken, Philly. No personal offense. I just think since we're saying these on the record, we need real clarity of what we're trying to accomplish. And some of what's been the challenge here is not being really clear why each board has done what they've done. IASB has done what it's done because they feel like that's the clearest way to get to a baseline definition of PI. We're trying to translate their definitions to performance requirements in our standards. we as a board generally believe if there's a definite, this is what, going back to Greg's point, if there's a common understanding of what pies are around the world, that the very few instances where we have differential requirements, we can extend them to pies. But that does not exist today. And so like, I want us all to play a part to actually say that we actually are coordinated. The solutions that we're going to get through this phase do provide a coordinated response. And we have to be really good as a board explaining why we got to where we are. And then also consider, based upon where we used to be, what we need to do before we get to finalization and certification. And I think that's what this question has been about. And also what the task force has done a really nice job, particularly in those 2 paragraphs in the issues paper. And then we were just thinking about whether we should embellish it with a time frame. And I think Sue raised the practical point. If there are IAASB's on 27, can we really advance it to 26? Billy's given point. So we may have to nuance the language in any basis for conclusions here. So is that a fair summary of where we are?
I think so. I think so. And I think if you're okay, I suggest we move on, because one of the things we do actually have to look at is what we're planning on saying in the amendments. So if we take it into the next slide, this is probably this particular section is probably something that's lining ourselves up for 2026 and so on, because of course we consulted on a broader range of the differential requirements, the case-by-case piece. And I think Ida's going to take us through the feedback that we have. But the intention is that obviously that's not that doesn't fit essentially with option 1 where we're going at the moment. But it's important that the board sees the feedback and has the opportunity to comment, to check we've accumulated it properly. So Ida, over to you.
Thanks, Sue. Let's move on to talk about the feedback to the ED regarding extending differential requirement in ISQMs and ISAs from listed entities to PIEs. We received board support from respondents for the proposal regarding those requirements related to engagement quality review, communicating with those charged with governance about firms' system quality management, and disclosing the name of engagement partner and transparency of other information in the auditor's report. However, there are mixed views regarding the requirement related to communicating with those charged with governance about auditor's independence and disclosing the key audit matters in the auditor's report. Respondents felt that fee-related matters are important elements which house those charged with governance to fulfill their responsibilities in assessing auditors' independence. They also believe that retaining the relevant fee-related information as part of the requirement will ensure greater consistency in applications across jurisdictions. When prepared this analysis and forming the proposal, PIE Task Force put them in the context of the board's decisions in September to pursue option 1, as described by Sue earlier. In response to this feedback, the key suggestions from the PIE Task Force include the following 2. The first one is restoring the extent requirement to communicate the fee-related matters in paragraph 18A of the ISAs 260. Also, undertaking further outreach when the board revisits the scope of differential requirement in the future to better understand the benefits and concerns raised about extending the applications of differential requirement to a broader population such as PIEs. This is a high-level summary of what we heard. We would like to hear from you if you have any comments. Let's turn it back to Tom for question number 2.
Okay, any comments on question 2? This is really the evaluation. Obviously, it should be noted for the record about the clarification from IAASB came late in the day in the comment period. So people, as you know, may have been commenting on something that they perceive to be different. I think the paper makes that well known. as well, and acknowledges that point. So I don't see any hands here. So I think you're okay with the analysis.
Thank you. I think we can go to the next slide. So now we're going to just walk through the standard. It's the first full read of the proposal. We did provide illustrative drafting back in September when we were discussing the two options, but really this is the first time that the board would have seen the full revisions post-ED. So we're going to go through a different sections. So we're going to start with the objective definition and framework, and then go on to the differential requirements. And then we're welcoming any comments, even if you have provided them offline, obviously, so that we can have it on public records. So Michelle, if you want to move to the next slide. So when discussing the objective definition and framework, we've made a few changes. So the first one was we relocated the objective and the purpose for establishing differential requirements from it was in the ED, it was in the application material. Now it's in the introduction section of ISQM 1 and ISA 200. And that was based on the feedback that we received from respondent to the ED. We also included the PTE definition. Well, that was in the ED, but we added the essential explanatory material just to recognize really the role of the local jurisdiction. In the ED, we did explain that the local jurisdiction play a critical role, and yes, it may affect or introduce some jurisdictional variation, but that was accepted and expected. So it's just really to consider the local definition of a PT that jurisdiction may have. However, if they don't have a definition, then the definition in the standard is applicable. So it's the same concept that we had in the ED but only for PTE. And then we adjusted the application material to the objective and purpose just to accommodate for option 1. For example, we added the reference to the IAASB PI categories as an example of other entities that could be that an auditor may or firm may consider when determining if other entities should be if they should apply the differential requirements to other entities, and also included a factor to consider the treatment of an entity for ethical requirements for the same purpose. So that's a quick summary of the changes we've made to the objective definition and framework. So happy to get to take any comments. Tom, back to you.
Great. Okay, so we're going to deal with the objective definition and framework. Paragraphs listed on the slide. Any comments? Robert?
Yeah, thank you. I don't know, I'm still struggling, and you already referred, Isabel, to the wording I'm struggling with. In paragraph 16, definition 16, little p, large capital B, we define the public traded entity in the first paragraph, and then we say for purposes of complying, we accept jurisdictional variations. That's a short summary now of the sentence. The question or the struggle I have is, aren't we open the door again for a larger variations? Question mark. So this is really what we struggled with, and we provided also some offline comments towards this issue. Thank you.
Julie?
Thank you. And Sue, I'd provided this question to you as well, but it's more of a clarification. And I think I've heard you say, both you and Isabel, that the situation Robert describes in that a jurisdiction may have a PI definition, and within that PI definition, they might have different words for PTE. They might use a different phrase that would be acceptable for that jurisdiction, and they wouldn't have to come up with a new population of entities that meet PTE, that their local jurisdiction, if it's more explicitly defined, they could use that category. appropriately. I just want confirmation of that.
Come in.
Yeah, so it is correct, Julie. It is meant to make sure that the local definition has been used so that it is aligned with IAASB, because that's the same treatment. So we really want to align as much as possible the treatment. And then to Robert's point about, are we opening the door for a large variation? We do expect some we accept some variation, and I think that was also expected and accepted previously. I believe the concept of PTE or the definition is not as wide as all the pie categories, so maybe that's why it's acceptable just for that. Sue, I don't know if you want to add anything more on that one.
I think that's fine. Yes, there will be some variation, but I think when we were looking at pie, it was really big, and now it's more manageable, and it exists to some extent at the moment.
Yeah, maybe I can maybe just add to that. Again, going back to the principle that that we emphasized earlier, that we are 100% committed to our original ED proposals. Now, remember, even in the ED, when we were still contemplating adopting the PI definition, we were going to allow for jurisdictions more explicitly refining the categories of entities within the PI definition, which would obviously include publicly traded entities. And that's why Isabel also said, variations from that perspective was expected and accepted. I think Robert brings up a more fundamental concern that you cannot get comfortable whether we are talking only about PTE definition or the PI definition. You would have brought up this point in any case. But I think we need to accept that that's inherent in the model that we are proposing. But this is not the option 2 model, because remember, we still have the baseline. We're saying, yes, you through law, regulation, or professional requirements, it can be defined more explicitly. You can refer to entities in specific markets. We know that certain jurisdictions have size criteria, which then means your jurisdictional definition will be aligned with our definition. If you don't have a definition, then our definition applies. And that's the difference. So it's not we saying just do whatever you want. It is you can do the local refinement. If you don't, our definition applies.
Right. That's also consistent with our rationale for option 1. Sammy.
Thank you. My questions are to the definition itself. So, and the definition says an entity that issues financial instruments, and I wonder if we should use the word issues or an entity that has financial instruments, because most probably the entities would not issue financial instrument every day or regularly. It might happen once or, a little bit more than once. So this is one thing. The other thing is when we talk of other terms like that are transferable and traded through a publicly accessible market mechanism, there might be different definitions of those terms for different securities regulators. Like, what's a market mechanism? Is it just a platform, just an exchange, or are we talking also OTC? Are we talking units for mutual funds that can be also transferable and traded among unit holders, although there's no specific exchange for that? So I was wondering if we can allow for frequently asked questions to come afterwards to handle some of those areas. And the last thing is, in the application material, we talked about entities that are likely to become publicly traded. I don't know if it is possible to consider having this as part of the definition as well, due to the fact that it has the same amount of public interest. There is the same amount of public interest in the financial condition of such entities, just like in listed entities. Thank you.
Okay. Wendy?
Thank you, Tom, and thank you to Sue and your staff team and your task force. I don't think this was an easy project, although each time I tried to look at it, I thought, oh, this won't take any time. And every time I went down into a black hole. But I think we have addressed the effective date, because I had a comment on that. I did send in some comments. And the comment that I want to highlight, I take the comments that Sammy and Robert already did on 16, is in 5A and B, and I think that carries probably into 9A and B. And when it was written for publicly traded entities, not publicly, PI, it made sense, but the bait and switch of the words, not really sure it continues to make sense using this saying reflecting significant public interest in the financial condition of these entities due to blah, 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 blah. So I had sent in a recommendation just to simplify it in all places to just say some of the requirements set out in the ISQM1s are applicable only to audits of financial statements of publicly traded entities. So it's my big significant recommendation here. And I know, I've been on the same journey giving comments on these same paragraphs for a long time. But when I reread it fresh for this meeting, I wasn't sure that it continued to make sense with the change of the words. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Greg?
Thanks, Tom. I guess I'm just seeking clarification with this comment. Excuse me. And I'm in paragraph A2A of ISQM 1. And it's just where the firm voluntarily wants to apply the differential requirements more broadly. And I guess the question in my mind is it all or some of the differential requirements? And I think the current situation is it can be some. And I think what we're saying throughout, when you knit this whole picture together, I think it's some. In other words, you could just do the firm could just do one, but not, so it doesn't have to do, if responds in the way of ISQM1, but doesn't want to do CAMs or, so there's a package of differential requirements. If you voluntarily go with it, do you have to go with all of them or can you just go with some? And I think that my understanding of the current situation is you can just do some. And my reading of this as a whole is you can just do some, but I could be wrong. Just checking.
Yeah, so Greg, to your point, your understanding is correct. The intention was really to have on a case-by-case basis. We did have that discussion as a task force and we tried to clarify it, but obviously we can take it a little bit further if there's still some confusion, and we're going to regroup as a task force tomorrow, and then we're going to look at some wording to help with that.
Robert, yeah, I'm just coming back to you.
I have another maybe small one also with respect to A2E, capital E. The second, and this applies to other entities, should they be treated as PTEs, right? And there are some rationale why they should or could. And the second last bullet point says the entity's corporate governance arrangements, for example, whether those charged with governments are distinct from owner's management. There could be thousands of small enterprises where we have this. And the question is, do we really want to go this far, question mark, or shouldn't we just delete this particular bullet?
Okay. Josephine, you have your digital hand up.
Thank you. I'm ever so sorry. I just I wondered if Greg could just repeat his concern, because I didn't quite catch the concern. Sorry, Greg. I think it was something around the fact that it implies, and this would be more about ISA 200 rather than necessarily the ISQMs, that it implies that if you choose to extend to the entity that your audit engagement is with, if you choose to apply the differential requirements, are you able to apply them in a piecemeal basis? So I'm just trying to understand what the concern is. Sorry, Greg. Apologies.
Yeah, no, that's right. So it was just, I guess, whether that situation and as a result of these changes will continue, because, or the moment you go with one of the differential requirements, then you need to go with all of them. So, naming the engagement partner, doing the CAMs, etc. So, yeah, I think piecemeal is what we're after, because we're trying to encourage auditors to think about applying these differential requirements more broadly. But I was just wanting, just to me, it's sort of implicit, but it wasn't crystal clear that that's allowable.
Okay, thank you, Greg.
Okay. So just seeking clarification. Once it was confirmed, happy with the answer. Okay, Isabel?
Yeah, I just have a question for that point that you raised, Robert, on the second last bullet for the factors to consider. So this is from the factors that are included in the IAASB code, and that's why we kind of brought in all the factors. But I just want to see if there's any other board members that have that same concern, that if that take it too far, and then just have maybe some direction on that point. It's in A2E, the second last bullet, if that one, if you consider it maybe concerning or.
So this is right above the highlighted move from paragraph 829G. Anyone have a concern with this? Billy, you're reaching for a 10, so.
It wasn't because I had a concern with this. I just wanted to come in on another point, so let's.
Okay, no concern with this. Okay. Julie?
Robert, is your concern that this may inadvertently be too broad of a category? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that being, because I've in my day audited many small entities that I'm not sure would be in this category, but they could have a distinct distinct governance body that's separate from management. So I tend to agree with Robert that that is a bit of a broad net.
Right.
Yeah, no, I can see that as well, Julie and Robert. It does say the firm may consider. So that's where I'm sort of, yeah, okay, that would be a consideration, but I would struggle with the fact, well, there's a separate governance body from management, and hence we're going to apply all that would take it too far. But I'm comfortable with the fact that it's a firm may consider it for certain instances, may not as well.
Wendy?
Maybe a different example would help. But is that the only time corporate governance documents, you take it from the because the corporate governance documents might say things that trigger you into different places. It might not only be those charged with governance, separate from management. So if we change the example, it's the same example as in IAASB. But our standards are for different purpose. Thanks.
But I think now the points that were made now actually links back to the point that I actually wanted to come in on. And that was just to circle back to Wendy's point about paragraphs 5A and 5B, and obviously the equivalent in the ISA 200. And I think, to Ada's point, I think those are a number of factors that can be considered. I think A2B to A2E hangs off A2A. And so therefore we need to remember the overarching consideration is still, are these entities where there's a significant public interest in the financial condition of the entities? That is that has to drive you. And that is why, Wendy, also I would be very hesitant to take that out of 5A, because that is the framework that we wanted to bring into our standards, to say the reason where you may have differential requirements is because you have entities where there may be significant public interest in the financial condition of the entities. At the moment, it's just PTEs because that's the option that we went with. But remember, PTEs is a subset eventually of PI, and that is the whole overarching objective and purpose that we wanted to bring into our standards.
Just trying to think about, even with the concerns, what's the alternative other than delete? And then what's what's the impact of deleted? And considering we have it there, so I'm sort of more comfortable with Edo's articulation than they consider. It keeps it as a factor and keeps us aligned, because the unintended consequences of deletion may be significant too. I'll turn it to the task force.
I think we'll take it away and reflect. I mean, I suppose I come from a slightly different perspective. Is that if you're in the position where those charged with governance are the same as the owners, then that might be a factor where if you were considering do you or don't you, for example, looking at some of the reporting, that might be a factor where you'd say actually we don't need to because it's the same. So I think there's kind of positive and negative, but I think we'll take it away, and I think we've had some thoughts from the board. It's it's couched in fairly sort of subjective level language. It's a matter to consider. So I think just we'll reflect on that. Isabel, did you want to come back on a couple of the other comments?
I think we touched on almost all of them. Maybe the one, Sammy, you have provided some feedback on the word used in the definition. We did align the definition with the definition that is included in the IAASB code, which I think it's an important commitment that we have in our project proposals. So I would be hesitant to look at that. But,
I was just going to say, Sammy, some of the questions you've raised, I think, are matters that are covered in the IAASB FAQs. So rather than it being something that we would cover, they're very valid questions, but I think they are ones for IAASB in terms of interpretation of their language.
Okay. Anyone else on this section?
we can move to the next slide. Thank you. So the next section is actually all differential requirements. So we made some changes there to reflect our the decision to go to option 1. So obviously we amended the applicability to have it to PTE. Also, we included a sentence to emphasize that the auditor may determine that it is appropriate to apply those differential requirements to other entities. So we added that, and as well as a reference to the framework that was included in ISQM 1 or ISA 200, depending on where the differential requirement is. And then Ida mentioned it before, but we also reinstated restored the requirement for the communication of free related matter in paragraph 18A of ISA 200. And that was in response to the feedback that we got on AD, as it was important to be in the requirement. So.
Okay. You want to advance this? Are we advancing a slide here?
No, I don't have a specific question.
Yeah. Okay. Any comments on this? Julie?
I didn't send this in advance, so sorry. But it's ISA 260 paragraph 18. So this is the statement that the auditor needs to make about compliance. It's not limited now to listed entities nor PTE, everyone. So the question's arisen, and it's a practical one, is for a non-PTE where you may not be issuing something like a written independence letter, how can you affect that in a more practical way, as opposed to just generating a letter and sending it off? So the ask was, is there anything in the application material that could be provided, or somewhere that could be provided on some thoughts as to how to make that communication or make that statement for sort of the non-PTEs, if I can say it that way?
Anyone else? Neil?
Just 18A of 260 18A. It's editorial, but I think there's a change in IAASB to include audit fees and sustainability assurance fees as well separately.
Andy?
It's hard for me to follow these paragraphs. A1.
So that's what I was just saying. I'm trying to figure out what pages these all encompass in our.
I think this is page 6, and it's right under engagement quality review required by law or regulation. And I read this a few times, and I even took it out so I could read it clean. And I was playing around with whether we could just make it an and, meaning it's for PTEs and those required by laws and regulation. Because separating it, I was worried that, if the first thought of it applies to only PTEs, then it sounds more prominent, that's all. So I just thought maybe we could connect the two. Because some people in my resource group read it as more prominent to PTEs.
Do we know, to the team, what pages are we on agenda item 3A on what? No, I understand your point. It's like, there's a whole list of paragraphs here, and I just want to make sure that since we're going through the standard for the last time, that we know where we're covering, and so we can be comprehensive about this.
It's a bit hard to tell you which page because each differential requirement is on a different page.
Maybe we should just go through one by one for completeness. So could you lead us first to ISQM 1, paragraphs 34F, A133 to A137? So that starts, 34F.
Probably page 9.
9, okay. And then related application material that goes with it. Anyone have any comments on 34F and the related application material? Okay, speaking of going backwards, we're going to 34E and related application material. This one's an intentional reversion. Okay. So now we go to ISA 260, revised communication with those charged governance about the firm's system of quality management. 260 takes us to, sorry about this, but I know there's a lot of page turning, some of us particularly with digital.
It will be page 23.
23. Paragraphs 18 and 18A. I think someone just raised a point on that. Neil, you just did.
And Neil and Julie
Correct, there was an 18.
both raised comments on that section.
Yes, okay. So this is the paragraph we've gotten, the paragraphs we've gotten some comments on. Anyone else? Would you like to respond to those comments?
Yes, so Julie, your question, we actually discussed it as a task force. We can take it back to see if we can add anything more. So we're going to have a discussion tomorrow. Same thing, Neil, for your comment on sustainability assurance. We're definitely going to discuss it tomorrow and see if we can add some wording, either in the requirement or application material, but just to make sure that we're aligned.
Okay. Now I'm going to the next one, communicating key audit matters, which is getting us into somewhere around paragraph, here it is, page 31 of the agenda paper, and then the related application material. Any comments on key audit matters? Greg?
Thanks. So just on A42, I understand the changes and that we're sort of lining it up really with what you said before about A2A and ISQ, about that's the sort of significant public interest, and then the other paragraphs follow. So I think we're pinning this back to that. But I think the impact of the changes we're making here is we're going to restrict probably auditors' application or use of CAMs potentially, because we're there may be other situations. If you look at the language we've crossed out, it was including those that may be of significant public interest, for example. So it was a softer language, a more permissive sort of language, and we're firming it up more to really, you would only extend to those that you considered to have significant public interest, which at one level makes sense. But, you know, would auditors want to voluntarily use CAMs in other situations? So we're sort of closing that door. So I just wanted to flag that.
Billy?
Yeah, thank you, Greg. And that it was clearly not the intention to do that. So if that's the way it's been read, because I think the idea is that the auditors can voluntarily apply CAM to any entities. So it could be entities other than PTEs, it could be PIs, it could even be entities beyond PIs. So we will look at that as a task force.
I just have a question, because we use the same phrasing or the same construct for many of those differential requirements. And then I know you noted it for CAM, but I'm just wondering if you have the same concern with the other differential requirement, or because it's the same kind of phrasing. So
I guess I just spotted it particularly here, but I would have, you know, I guess we're wanting auditors to embrace a lot of these things on the, you know, so it's, yeah, it's, are we closing down what might be useful for users?
I think, Greg, the debate we had was around, is it because it's CAM and it's, you know, it is that particular kind of external communication. So I can understand why you raised it there. So I would be interested just to know whether, you know, I understand the point, particularly in that context, and the intention wasn't to sort of narrow down this ability to be able to report more broadly. But given that we do have the same construct elsewhere, we're probably not as sort of like as open and as encouraging in the context of some of the other differential requirements. So it's really a case of, if we do make a change, would we take it all the way through, or would we do it in the context of just the CAM and the external reporting? And it would just be useful to get any kind of initial reactions from people there.
Any other reactions on this? So I think you just have to take one last look at this, see if we're not giving the wrong impression here. Okay, so now we're gonna go, if my understanding is right, name of the engagement partner. So that starts on top of page 32. People happy with the amendments here, the revisions? Okay. Now we're going to the final transparency about the other information, the 720 related changes. I'm scrolling.
42.
Thank you.
And just for this one, the ED actually was just for publicly traded entity because of other concerns with 720. So we're actually not changing that particular differential requirement.
How about that? Okay, so everyone's going to embrace that. We knew where to go right from the start on that one. Okay, we've covered these categories.
Thank you. So if we go to the next slide, so the next one is only foregoing concerns. So it's agenda item 3B, and we're just carrying through those similar changes that we have for all the other differential requirements to the proposed going concern standard that is expected to be approved this week as well. So.
People fine with it? It actually will become much more important, maybe, when we talk about some of the points about consultation. We do it this way. Yep. Okay.
So next slide. This slide is simply a reminder that the proposal also includes the revisions to ISRE 2400. We had discussed it in September, and we had an agreement or decision made by the board to keep it as proposed in the ED. So just want to make sure that everyone is clear on that, and that in the approval on Thursday, that will include the changes that we just talked about, but also the revisions to ISRE 2400.
Okay, comments about transparency about independence requirements and review report? Drafting's unchanged, so people are content. Thank you.
Okay, so if we take it on to the next slide, this is just the other matters in the consultation. So we asked about whether there were any issues around translation. Nothing significant was raised, and other than the amendments to 570, which we've already talked about. There was a reference to LCE and 240, which will be covered in separate in due course with those projects. And then in the context of effective date, we've already had an element of the discussion around effective date, and the feedback was very much around supporting aligning the effective date with the fraud and the going concern projects. And the effective date that we are proposing is 15th December 2026, which aligns with those. Well, it aligns with going concern. Fraud will, hopefully, yeah, that's right. So that's it on those final two questions from the consultation. I think we have a next slide. Yeah, the next slide is really just to ask whether there are any feedback on the summary that we've produced in relation to those final questions, and then question 6 is around the effective date. That's right.
Okay, let's deal with question 5 first. Any comments on question 5, or are you satisfied with the analysis? Okay, I think we're satisfied with that. So then we get to question 6. Does the board agree with the task force views and recommendations related to the proposed effective date, which, as you guys know, aligns with the other projects, which was a key element to this? People okay with that? Good, and we've talked about some practical dimensions to that earlier. Okay, so back to you.
Oh, sorry, I realised I hadn't turned that off. Okay, so if we take the next slide, this is really just next steps. I haven't got a second funky slide after this like Ado had for the all the rollout and all the exciting stuff. But just in terms of getting through this week, we have the task force is meeting tomorrow to take a look at the feedback. We've already worked through some of the material. And there is a short slot on Wednesday if there are any issues to bring back to the board, and you will have a revised draft available by 5:30 on Wednesday for you to look at. Hopefully in time for us to look for approval on Thursday, and Thursday is when we will look at the due process consideration as well. And then in terms of next steps, we've sort of discussed some of that in the earlier section really, which is around continuing to monitor the adoption of the IAASB changes and revisit the adoption of the PI definition within the ISAs. And we've highlighted there that we were looking at the second half of 2026, and I think we've reconfirmed that in the context of the discussion we've had, obviously with a caveat to be careful with how we frame it. So I think that's it, Tom. That's our plan for the next few days.
Okay. Any comments on that plan? So to be clear, we've alluded to the question of what we need to do in terms of communication of this standard if we're going to go for finalization. We will have a discussion, share something and discuss it as an administrative item about some considerations. We will ultimately need to consider this in public session. It's really the question of whether re-exposure is necessary, but we have some background that we're going to share with the board. Today, Billy will send it to the board shortly. It reflects PIB considerations. Sue and I have talked about it. The planning committee has talked about it. We view this as an administrative matter at first, but ultimately the decision of whether we need to re-expose or not is a public decision. Billy, anything more you want to add on that? Okay, so we're running 10 minutes ahead of schedule. I suggest we take our break now, but before we do this, I'm going to ask Philippe if you have anything you want to add before we reach conclusion.
Thank you very much, Tom. No, nothing to add.
Thank you. I'm being a little remiss in calling on you. I'll be chastised at the break by one or many of you. So we'll take a break right now. I suggest that we start 10 minutes earlier and start at 10 to 3 our time here. And then we'll go into technology and the gap analysis. So thank you for the discussion. Thank you. This is the task force that has exhibited much more patience than any task force we've ever needed to ask for patience before. So huge thanks to the team here. And we're on a good path for discussions Wednesday and Thursday. So thank you very much. Okay, sorry about that. We're going to turn to our final session of today. I'm going to hand it over to Angela shortly to introduce the technology gap analysis, but he's accompanied by his team. It's great to have you at the table. And the floor is yours, Angela.
All right, hopefully everybody can hear me okay. Okay, wonderful. So it's wonderful to see you all again. I hate being the last session during the day. It's always, the energy starts to wane a little bit. But no, certainly happy to be addressing you today. Happy to be in New York during this time of the year and all of that stuff. So, so I got my team here, obviously. Got Anna, got Kevin, and we've got Christy. And Christy, did you want to introduce yourself really quickly?
Hi, everyone. It's really great to see all the board members in person. I've met some of you either in Zoom meetings or in person earlier in my past 2 months with the board. And I'm really thrilled to be here and see all of you face to face today. Yeah, so since I've joined, I've worked on the technology project. I'm fascinated by this project, and I would love to share my experiences with you today. And thank you for having me for this presentation.
Thank you so much, Christy. Christy's been an amazing addition to this team. And I think this is a really wonderfully strong team. So we'll tell you a little bit more about that in a second. So I'm going to lead out and just say, I'm very happy with the progress we've made with the gap analysis. And, you know, we'll look forward to the discussion. I think the technology team has been very responsive to the board's comments that we received in September. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a few seconds. Next slide, please, Michelle. Thank you. So the agenda for today, I'll give you a quick intro just to kind of tell a little bit about the journey that we've been on. Also, for the benefit of some of the new board members that are joining, just that are, I'm sure, tuned in, and we've got some new board members at the table today. So just to tell you a little bit more about that, and then we'll open it up for a board discussion. You know, Willie and I, we weren't certain whether 2 hours is the right amount of time. We agreed, however, that if we run over the 2 hours, that's actually a good thing. That means that there's a lot of engagement, and that means that we'll schedule more time during the March meeting. So that's not in our opinion going to be a failure. That's going to be a big success if we run out of time and everybody's engaged. But we'll get into that in a second. So I'm just going to reiterate something that I wrote in the cover note, that today's session, the catalog in particular that you've read, that's in your agenda material, is meant to facilitate a board discussion. It's not meant to stifle it. So it's always easier, at least to me, to have something in front of you, something concrete, something specific that you can debate and deliberate on and kick around. And to come out of the abstractions, and which you know, the September version of the gap analysis served its function. It got us talking, but I think we're a lot more concrete now based on the directions the board has given, and I think that's a really good thing. And we'll talk about that in a second. Next slide, please, Michelle. Okay, this visual is something you've seen all before. I won't spend a lot of time on this. This is the three components of the board's technology position. We are in component 2 today. The gap analysis is one of those analyses that we committed to in component 2. And it's meant to identify technology-related things that the board should be, could be focused on. Those are issues and proposed actions. Regarding component 3, we'll bring an update to the March meeting. At the March meeting, we'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing in this area, and it's actually very, very exciting to me. We've been talking to a bunch of members in the NSS network that have put up their hand and said, we want to work with you. And I'll tell you all about that in a second. So we've got interesting updates to bring to you in component 3 in March. So stay tuned for that. Next slide, please. Okay, here's a really quick visual of the timeline for the gap analysis. You'll recall we brought in September the preliminary gap analysis. We called it preliminary because we wanted to emphasize the fact that it was an initial draft that we were putting in front of you. It was certainly not something that we expected was its final destination. It was something preliminary, and it got the feedback that we were looking for. It got, in other words, it got the board to come in and tell us how to improve it, and I think we have improved it. So the gap analysis is now presented as a catalog of issues and proposed actions. The reason we did this is because as a catalog denotes an itemized list that lives in that catalog and can be dealt with by referring to it specifically, issue 1A, issue 2B. And it's an easy way for us to refer to an issue, but also for our stakeholders to come in and tell us whether they agree with the articulation of an issue and whether they agree with the proposed actions. That's how the catalog idea came up. So that's the way we're presenting it. In March, we're planning to bring a final version of the catalog, final draft, I should say, for clearance. But that doesn't mean that it won't continue to evolve. It will. And the way it's going to evolve is we're planning on putting it on our website and soliciting feedback from our stakeholders who are already reaching out to us incidentally, and I'll tell you more about that as well, to tell us, oh yes, about that issue. Yes, I agree with that, but the framing could be a little different or that. And this is a really good, in my opinion, a virtuous cycle where you put something on our website, you offer stakeholders the ability to come in and provide feedback on a particular issue, and we integrate it and bring it back to the board for discussion. So that's the plan. Next slide, please. Okay, and getting into some of the specifics here. In September, we came to the board, and the board told us, essentially, gave us the following directions. Tell us a little bit about how you came up with you'll remember they were referred to as enhancement opportunities. I just want to call them issues. Issues is something that's easier to understand. What is it? And I'll tell you a little bit about what an issue is. How did you identify the issues, and what are the sources of that information? So this isn't an ivory tower kind of perspective. This is informed by feedback, and let's call out what the source of that feedback is. Tell us a little bit about what the proposed actions are to address those issues, and that's that second item. The third item is, let's prioritize for the time being on those issues that impact the audit evidence risk response project proposal. For obvious reasons, we're coming this week, that team with a project proposal, and I guess the concern by the board, very legitimate, is let's focus in on those issues that might impact that project proposal, and we've done that. And then finally, the board asks us, you'll recall there was quite a bit dealing with system of quality management, and the board said, okay, let's emphasize only those aspects of the system of quality management that relate to the use of technology in engagements, and we've done that very deliberately. That's what we're focusing on when we talk about quality management. It's related to those resources that are used in engagements. And again, as I mentioned, in March, we're going to bring version 1.0 for the board to deliberate and to clear. Next slide, please. Okay, actually, before I get into this, I want to spend just a couple more minutes telling you a little bit about how we came up with these issues. So first of all, what's an issue? An issue is any technology-related matter that may warrant some sort of action by the board. And that's how we broadly define issue. Now, issue is not necessarily in a negative sense. It could be in the positive sense, in the sense that maybe the standards are not sufficiently encouraging the use of technology. That would be an issue. So issue broadly is something that warrants a response. And how did we identify those issues? So we leveraged the work, obviously, that we did, and there was quite a bit of work that Anna and Kevin did leading up to the September meeting. So we leveraged that work. We also leaned prominently on the board's new technology position statement, because you'll recall that statement has 8 guiding actions, and they have to guide us. And so guiding action number 2, for example, has the board committed to removing barriers in the standards, whether real or perceived? Now, how do you identify barriers? Our users of the standards are the best positioned to tell us what those barriers are. So we leveraged the feedback that the board had received on ED 500, for example, and we got a lot of technology-related feedback there, but we also got a lot of technology-related feedback on the strategy and work plan. So we leveraged that. And then finally, we had fairly extensive outreach during the quarter. I'll tell you a little bit about some of that. So I mentioned national standard setters. Kevin's been reaching out to a lot of the national standard setters that have reached out to us and indicated an expression of interest in terms of collaborating with us on component 3. So Canadian IAASB, Japan's JICPA, SACHICO, the AICPA, the UK's FRC, and finally New Zealand's XRB are amongst some of the NSS that have put their hand up in terms of collaborating with us. We also went to the technology consultation group. Everybody, you're well aware we have this group that advises the board. We went to them in October and we got some really good, valuable input from that group. We also met with the Stakeholder Advisory Council in November. So it came to New York and had a really, really good session with them. And we talked a little bit about what's the role of the standard setter in terms of weighing in on the technology discussion. What is that role? And they gave us really, really good feedback there. I also had presentations to the group of Latin American accounting standard setters, which is now led up by Hernan, I understand. So congrats, Hernan. Also did a presentation at the ACCA conference about technology on November 26th, targeted for smaller firms. So got some good feedback there. We also met with some of the firms, both big and small, and we also met with some of the service providers. In fact, a really well-known service provider that you'll all be aware of. And certainly, last but not least, we reached out to several board members in advance of this meeting, as I like to do sometimes, just to talk a little bit about what the session's going to be about and get some thoughts on how to run it. So many thanks to Christelle. Antoine also participated in that, Hernan, Warren, and Bill. Okay, so some of the early feedback I've heard on the catalog is that it's clear and it's useful, particularly because it creates a centralized repository for the board that deals with all technology-related items that the board is tracking. And the stakeholders have been reaching out to us and saying, we want to talk to you. We've been sharing this with our networks and we've been sharing this and we have some input for you. So that's going to be really good stuff that we're going to be doing in Q1. Okay. Sorry for the long lead-in. I thought that was important context for you. I'm going to open it up, Tom, with the very first question is about approach. We're going to get into this in the following questions, more discussion around specific issues and themes. But I wanted to open it up at this point about approach and what you've seen in terms of the approach, and if there's any comments on that.
Adam?
Yes, so thank you, Angelo, and thank you for the papers that were brought to our attention. So this is probably more something, and I guess my expectation from a gap analysis was, well, what's the standards now and what is it missing? So I was looking at it from the standards. Understand the approach where you say, well, we're going to consider everything in the kitchen sink and we're going to list them out, and then we're going to see where, in which standards we can apply them. And I'm at least, and I say everything in the kitchen sink, there are a number of issues on the catalog, as you say, which feel artificial. And for example, I think it's number 2, isn't it? The conceptual framework issues that are being brought up there. And I appreciate that's only the first one is medium and the rest are low. But for example, in that first one, where you talk about inherent limitations and whether that needs to be considered, well, I've done a search through the IAASB, and the inherent limitations only refer to the audit itself or inherent limitations in respect of controls. I really fail to see the relevance of it in the context of the gap analysis that we're doing. So it's medium question mark. Whether it should be on there would be a question I would have. So some of the issues, yeah, I can read them. I think, okay, fine, we'll leave it on there. But is this really something that we should be concerning ourselves with now? So that's how I look at it, and I fully appreciate that we want to have a as complete list as possible that we can monitor into the future. But some of these are seemingly quite remote, and maybe the weighting should be a little bit different in the context.
So I guess going back to this question though, so you noted an alternative methodology that could have been used. You don't necessarily object to this, but it may play into whether you feel the list is one either complete or appropriately prioritized.
I think yes and no. The risk of the approach taken is that because you take outreach all in there, and any comment provided or any insight is being stuck on a list, so it's prone to scope creep. That's how I would probably phrase it, and we need to be careful that we're not extending the project into something that is not intended to be.
Okay. So it's really interesting on that point is extending the project for something that it not meant to be. Like, I thought this was a pretty relatively open gap analysis, but I do think it does raise the question in terms of whether we're given the appropriate filtering mechanism and prioritization, because if your concern were a big one and valid, then the risk is that it may ultimately lead us to take too many actions as a result, or the wrong priority actions. Angela?
Yeah, on the approach itself, I thought I wanted to come in on this one. I'm here to listen, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. On the approach, I did want to come in. So the way we had done it in September is sort of like, you'll remember, Ado, and Ado had a concern with that approach. It seemed like it seemed, and Anna reminds me that it wasn't exactly done that way, that there was a sequential read of the standards, and that you look at the standard and say, oh, gap. And I've always felt incredibly uncomfortable with that approach, and I'd expressed it to my team with tons of deference and respect, obviously. But that is, we have abandoned that approach, because that's not the best way to do a gap analysis, in my opinion. The way you do a gap analysis is you look to the users. And I want to always focus on the users of our standards, and develop as broad a catalog as possible based on what users are telling us. And that's the approach that we took.
Okay. Josephine?
Thank you. I actually wanted to say that I really enjoyed this paper, Angelo. I thought it was very clear. I actually really liked the way it had been put together. I mean, maybe I was looking at it from a different lens. I'm not really sure you can actually thoroughly understand gaps unless you actually start doing the research. And to me, what this paper is doing is setting up what we've heard and what we need to look into. I do, however, caution, like others, and Thomas said the same, that we have to be really, really strict when we put these things down on paper, that we don't have to therefore deliver something in a requirement or an application material at the end of it. We always have an option of there is nothing else we need to do here, or we don't need to do any more than what we already have. So I think for this one, we do need to be careful, but until they start falling into projects, individual items that you find, and that's when you really think about whether you have scope creep or not. But I think it's really important at least to gather that information and understanding what direction we need to go to, However, I would say on Ado's point on inherent limitations, as you already know, because I've sent you my offline comments, I'm not sure about that one either. I think that's definitely low if it actually even needs to be there at all. You have to be very careful with inherent limitations when it comes to audit, and of course the application of ISQM1. But yes, I actually really thought the paper was improved massively. Thank you.
Julie.
Thank you. And in fact, some of this presentation might have been the result of a question I asked at the last board meeting around the so what, like what happens next with these items? And you've got that here, so thank you for that. My question's more about the appropriate, how do I look at this and think about the cadence or the timing of some of these actions? Because it could very well be the fact that we do the audit evidence risk response project. You've noted some of the standards in here that are impacted by that project. But we haven't gone and maybe looked at other standards or other issues that maybe that problem is solved somewhere else, or at a more fundamental level, or in a QM standard or another standard. And do we run the risk that the ordering might get out of order, so to speak, because you might be tackling a issue in a specific standard when you could have tackled it in a different standard? I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear, but sometimes the ordering is important because you want to look at the foundational standards first and then maybe think about the subject matter standards next. And I didn't get that flavor from this, so I didn't know if you talked about that as a group, because the risk would be we dive too deep into the detail without thinking about a solution that might be at a higher level.
Eric?
Thank you. And yeah, I think I like the general approach to, identifying the issues and then trying to figure out the priority and the standards that are affected. I think I had something similar in the back of my mind to what Julie just said, is, in some cases, the issue might appear to affect a number of standards, and some of which we're going to address in a particular project now. If that is not dealt with, if the rest of the issue is not dealt with to some later date, the issue is going to just sit there, I guess, and sort of gather over time. And so I think what I was struggling with was kind of a bit along the lines of Julia saying is, well, perhaps there may be areas where we could tackle a number of issues at a kind of a foundational level, so that the detail that needs to be done at the individual project level later is eliminated or reduced or something like that. So it's really just the where do we go from here bit that I'm still struggling with, I guess.
I'm always sort of thinking about how things analogize, and I sort of feel like this project, when you think about like corporation, sort of sits like in this course functional matrix role that will have an input to specific lines. So if you're thinking across it's multi-dimensional, and we may pick up some in specific projects. We may create some specific projects, but by doing this, at least we have a reserve and catalog that is available for future work to draw upon. So we don't have to be perfect, but it sits there. And like I'm looking at Robert, who's lived in a corporate world. You would have this, like whether it was your innovation program or your strategy program, it fills into all line items of business. And I think by doing this, we have a broader perspective, and then we'll narrow it. And the perfect example, whether we've executed on it rightly or wrongly, is that the project proposal we're going to talk about, a risk response and audit evidence, draws upon this cross-functional analysis now and embeds that into the approach. So I hope that that's sort of at least generically how I see this type of model going forward, which means in some ways there's a lot of emphasis on the quality of the work, but at the same time, it doesn't need to be perfect either, because the execution will be in a specific standard setting project in our world. I don't know if that resonates. Robert, you were...
Yeah, I fully concur with this, and I just want to make a comment. I concur with your approach. I like this issues approach, which abstracts from the individual respective standards. And to be honest, I understood it better now after your explanations at the beginning of the session than just reading it prior to the meeting. Question I have is, these are, I don't know, 8 or 10 issues, 25, but this doesn't have to be the end, right? It's an open list. So number one is how do we get into a mode in modifying this list? Maybe delete something, but also add something. I think the major challenge, though, lies with the execution. If we agree on certain issues, like you said, Tom, how do we get into an execution mode once we talk about certain new standards or standards to be modified? Who's the caretaker? Will it be the project, the specific project? Will there be one overall caretaker? Would it be some kind of a mirroring? You or your technology group will mirror the work that has been accomplished with respect to execution of these gaps, which you laid out in each board meeting we have. I think here lies the one of the huge challenge. It's nice to sit here and talk about it, and we can agree or disagree on some of the issues and certainly on some of the actions, whether they are low, medium, or high. But a year from now, if we reconvene, we should all be able to look back. What have we accomplished with respect to the issues and the explicit actions that are being laid out here?
So, great comments. I will say a couple of things. I agree entirely with the way Tom articulated it. It's important to note, and I want to come back a little bit to the prioritization in a second, but this is the board's catalog. And we intended, the technology team is going to endeavor to keep it evergreen. Now that's based on feedback that we're going to get from our constituents, our stakeholders. And we want to prioritize it because not all of these things are going to attract immediate attention. And so, for example, continuous audit, probably when you saw that, you're like, oh my God, continuous audit? We've been talking about this for 20 years. Why is this on the catalog? Well, it's on the catalog because when it happens, if it happens, it may be too late for the board to react to it. And I it sounds all very hyperbolic, and I get all of that, but this is something that's becoming ever more possible given where technology is going. So I will say one other thing. So I agree, I can improve it on what Tom was saying. I think we bring this to the board so that the board can own it. It's the board's prerogative to say, okay, this should be addressed now, this should be addressed later, this should be addressed never. It's really for the board. What we're putting in front of you is a straw man to react to. And we will continue to develop it, but I think you will concede. We get all this feedback from various projects, and then it's attached to this project, it's attached to that project. This is that central repository, which I think is going to be incredibly useful for the board to have it all in one spot. And that's our job, is to kind of keep it evergreen so that the board can always evaluate it and look at it periodically and say, are we meeting our technology related objectives?
Okay, let's try to go quickly through this round so we could actually get to the topics as well. Kai?
Thank you, and thank you to Angelo and the team that's made this gap analysis. I really enjoyed the approach that you took, and I think it's a good way to doing it in this direction rather than going from, as I say, identifying the gaps in the standards, because we could narrow ourselves by doing that. As being expressed by others, the risk is then making sure we don't widen the scope too much. And this serving as a repository for the board to pick up when they do decide on different projects to do or develop new project, I think is a really great thing to have. Whether the prioritization that's in this table really drives any commitment, or whether it's medium, is it medium or low, and whether that really changes anything specific when you come down to the project. I think, as I said, it will be picked up on different projects. So what that really drives, I think we can, or could be, you could see in different ways. And also whether, did you say that we will share this open on our webpage? And then when we have the proposed actions, in a way it seems like we've decided what we're going to do before we have the project proposals and the projects that we're putting them in. If we're saying that it will be standard setting actions, we don't really know that until we've gone a bit further, maybe. So thank you.
Okay, Bill?
I don't know if this will come later, but I quite like the gap analysis. I think I quite like Appendix 1, which shows which standards have the references. Like Kai said, I don't want this to become a mammoth exercise, and I've spoken to you already about this. What we don't have in Appendix 1, however, are the areas in the standards where it's not mentioned. So, we've picked out by a word search, which is quite a superficial way of finding out where it's referred to. So I think we do need to do a little bit more to look at standards where there is missing, because nothing's written in there that should be written in there. I don't think it's going to be a lot, and I'm keen to get it going. I think the hope of this being a single repository is the right one, but it's going to be very difficult as time moves on. And putting it into practice will be okay if it's something like audit evidence and risk response. There's a major project, you feed into it all of the technology related matters. But what about ISA 550, where there's one paragraph that you've identified? How we have to have a mechanism to do some sort of narrow scope or simpler process to lift that up. So, I mean, whilst we've got projects, it's okay. That's our way of doing things. But I think we have to find another way of doing it for where we don't have projects earmarked for these particular areas.
Okay, Wendy?
Thanks, Tom. This discussion has been quite helpful for me. I now see it more of a reservoir than a catalog, because a catalog to me is very linear. But it sounds like it's going to be more fluid, and not things might go on, things might go off. And I also had to become one with, this is not a project plan. So that we're not intending to do, I see Tom wincing, so he'll respond to that. But could turn into one. My remaining question really is, how do you envision the trigger that it moves forward in some direction? And I think you answered the question on who the lifeguard for the reservoir is that there is going to be a mechanism to put things in. Maybe if more issues come up and potentially lose some, if things have to come out. So that's part of the lifeguard's job over the reservoir. And then I don't really know enough about the filter for high, medium, and low.
Let's take Neil and then we'll try to wrap this section up. And I was winking more than wincing. I was agreeing with you.
Thanks, Tom. I mean, looking at the gap analysis, if we were to achieve this, I think we'd move the dial significantly. So I think that's really good. I like the comments around keeping things evergreen. I think there's more to come. There's stuff that we don't know. It's moving super fast. I can only emphasize that more things need to come on that we don't yet know about. We've got to be engaging with whether it's firms, technology providers, etc. And this for me at the moment is a catalog of things of the universe and the standards we know today. But there's another level and another layer into the future that we don't yet know about. And it's that piece which I want to see coming in so that we can understand and be more prepared than watching it suddenly go past us. So that for me is really important, that we keep it super future orientated, which may not necessarily have an action or a priority right now.
So Robbie tried to summarize what I've heard. While there was a little concern voiced up front, that concern really is about prioritization to action if we're continuing this path. I think most of this board is comfortable and actually very supportive of this idea of this both catalog, but more importantly, this capacity that's cross-functional in this organization that continues to iterate what are the key technology issues and also points us to specific solutions. We're also conscious that the board has to own this and there has to be checkpoints of the board to see whether things are actually translated into actionable items and what the progress of those are. We also need to make sure that the list is fluid and reflects constant iteration and input from what we're seeing in the marketplace. Thinking about the actions too, then it really is really important to prioritize and find the opportunities, whether it's a specific standard setting project. We see it today at 500 and 330 and 520. It could be in the 500 modernization projects that we're going forward. It could be in a QM or something else like that. But we may also need a rapid deployment mechanism like Bill suggested. But I sort of see that as an approach. And so to me, one of the benefits of having a team tasked with such a cross-functional approach is that you have a champion and accountabilities within an organization that then get to push the project-specific teams and the board to act in a way that they wouldn't if you didn't have a dedicated capacity here. And so I think that's the infrastructure that we set up. And while we acknowledge that it's not mature yet, it's better than it was in September, and it'll continue to get better over time. Is that a fair recording of the discussion that we just had? Angelo, if you're fine with that, could we move on to the actual gap analysis?
Yes, Tom, we can. Next slide, please. All right, what we're going to do here is we worked on this as a team, and I want you to see the team. We've split out the catalog themes by team member, and we're going to take them theme by theme. The first theme happens to be Anna.
Thanks, Angelo. Yes, so opening the catalogue, we have one of my favorite topics, the consistent use of terminology in our standards. So I think it is maybe sometimes simpler to think about terminology as incidental to the more exciting things we get to talk about a bit later on in terms of technology. We're also very clear that if our standards aren't clear and consistent in terms of what we mean when we talk about technology, there will be challenges with understanding them, applying them, implementing them, and so on. So more specifically, the issue under this theme highlights the challenges related with the understanding of some terms used, including automated tools and techniques. And so the issue is flagging that issue as something that really needs resolving in order to meaningfully address all other issues. So that's the one issue under this theme. So I'll open on comments on this. Tom?
Okay. Issue 1A.
Tom, I should also say really, really quickly, Anna, I'm sorry for jumping in. This issue we've talked about it with the audit evidence and risk response team, is something that we've agreed is going to be picked up by your team. So that's an important kind of context here. So it is within the context of a project that's ongoing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So any comments on the articulation, the ranking of high, which meaning the reality of it being high, it's being picked up in the project, and that we need resolution on this, because I do think consistency of terminology is really important. Adam?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So I'm there that we need to look at terminology, and I'm happy that the risk response audit evidence risk response team is going to look at it. Just want to articulate that the board needs to keep an open mind on where this should sit, because I'm not convinced it shouldn't sit outside of the risk response standards and maybe at a higher level I don't know. If we change terminology, we need to change it throughout, and that may mean the quality standards and 220, etc. So that's the only comment that I would make. And if the risk response team can have that liberty to look at it in that context, I'd be happy.
Okay. A liberating notion. So.
I was broadly okay with this. I've got a few sort of drafting comments. I'll send them offline, but it's really about reflecting some of the feedback we had on 500 and make sure we're articulating some of that, and some of those comments will actually come back more in the discussion on the audit evidence risk response proposal, because we've had a long discussion about whether we define or describe and so on. I completely agree. We need we need some consistency in terminology and that kind of thing. And there are terms that are used that we need to cover. But the how, I think, probably comes through in the discussion we have later this week. Thanks.
Wendy?
I guess I'm just going to do a little piling on, because I do agree with the issues and I do think that they are high priority. I'm just worried that there's a lot already in audit evidence and risk response. And so I would echo Sue's comment that maybe, or maybe Edo said it, that maybe it should be worked on side by side and not necessarily embedded into that project. Need for speed.
Okay. Anyone else? So I think the takeaway here is support as we take it on in the 500, 330, 520 project. It may have knock-on effects outside the standard, consequential amendments or otherwise. Don't find that as a constraint. Okay. Next topic.
Thank you. In the next minute, I'll guide you through issue 2 in the catalog, which focus on the conceptual framework. And as Ado and Josephine, who have already teed up this group of issues in the discussion of the approach. So just before diving into these issues, just like to quickly emphasize that the identification of such issues does not indicate we identify fatal flaws with the conceptual framework itself. The framework continues to work and it's effective. The reason we're bringing this to the attention of the board is to provide a broader view of how these issues, as they are fundamental to the auditing standards, and how they interact with the technology. So just on to issue 2A on page 3 of the catalog is relating to inherent limitations of an audit. As during in the past, as well as our outreach activities, some professionals have already claimed that the auditors are up to achieving absolute assurance. As we know, the audit engagement is set to achieve reasonable assurance. So we're not suggesting that that is the case, that we can now achieve absolute assurance, but we wanted to bring this issue to the board's attention. And therefore, we highlight this as medium priority. We're definitely open to your feedback about the prioritization of this issue and the potential proposed actions. On issue 2B, it's about the perception, the stakeholders' perception of the sufficient appropriate audit evidence, and it may continue to evolve due to the technology's capacity to improve efficiency and increase audit coverage. And for the same reason, we wanted to bring it to the board's attention without suggesting that that perception has already significantly changed. And lastly, issue 2C, to Angelo's point, this is something that's been flowing around for many years, and we just wanted to bring this on the map for discussion and monitoring. And with that, I'll get it over to Tom and to open up discussions.
Okay. Christelle.
Thank you. I have a comment on issue 2b. We agree that the underlying objectives of an audit, which is to obtain reasonable assurance through the collection of sufficient audit evidence, remain relevant. However, the assertion that the auditor could obtain significantly more audit evidence or more persuasive audit evidence in the same amount of time does not consider, I think, two key considerations. Firstly, the cost associated with these technologies may exceed the anticipated time savings. We know that the costs associated with technology are expected to increase significantly for auditors, and it's not certain that this will generate significant savings in terms of human resources. So the question of cost is an important one that may constrain the choices made in terms of data collection. Secondly, even if the collection of evidence is more extensive and controlled in terms of cost, it will only be relevant if it is verified and analyzed by human beings. In other words, if professional judgment is exercised. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric?
Thanks. Yeah, on the only comment I have is on 2B, and it mentions that it responds to guiding action number 2, which is removing barriers, and I was just not clear how this issue related to the removing barriers, and not really clear on how this will fit within the standards, if at all. Thanks.
Okay. Sue?
My comments were also on 2B, and two elements. One, I think when we're talking about the availability of technology procedures, we need to be conscious of scalability. The standards do apply to a wide range of audits, so I think we just need to reflect how we're articulating some of these things, and probably a similar thing about how we articulate what our concerns are is in the final paragraph, where we're talking about the ability of alternative approaches. We don't want to create the impression that sampling theory is not adequate. It may be different, but it is used and it is proven out as the evidence it provides.
Ida?
Yes, thank you, Tom. I had a similar comment as Eric in respect of 2B, but what troubled me more is that we have a principle and a concept of sufficient appropriate audit evidence, but that doesn't change. And public perceptions may change, but the concept as such doesn't. I'm not sure we should be exploring this. We should keep an eye out for it. And that's probably what is meant by this. And in the context of continuous auditing, also refers to guiding action 2. Well, I'm not sure there's any barrier for continuous auditing in our standards. So you can point me to the barrier because it's being done here and there. So and for a lot of the technology that matters are talked about here. So yes, we keep our eye out for it. It's a subject to monitor, but I'm not sure that there's at the moment barriers. There may not be guidance as to how to, but that doesn't mean it's a barrier. Thank you.
Okay, Chrissy?
Thank you for your comments and feedback. And I just, I hear the comments around the issue 2B, and Christelle, I agree with you that there are significant investments that be made by the firms to develop such technologies, and we should not be overlooking that investment by the whole industry on this. So it should be a balanced view on the benefits of the technologies as well as the cost in order to develop them and apply them. So we would be balanced in that view. And I heard quite some comments around the prioritization and then the link to the guiding action 2. Just to provide a little bit of the context about the guiding action 2 is that when we think about this is to encourage, remove the barriers for the practitioners to apply these technologies and sometimes the future-oriented technologies in this case. So we just wanted to bring this out to the attention of the board. And Angelo, if you wanted to add something.
Just really quickly, Christy, I just want to reiterate here, the reason why these things are categorized as low is because they are those conceptual kind of issues that just need to kind of we'll let them simmer a little bit. Nothing we need to worry about for the time being at all. I will say, and Warren used he used this wonderful expression that we use a lot in our team, this level of adventurism. If you think about the impact of technology could have on us going forward, like we're operating at a level where our principles continue to apply, and they continue to apply extremely well, and we acknowledge that. But the use of technology may upend some stuff, and this is later on in the future, and it serves the board well to keep an eye out on some of this stuff. So on 2B, which seems to be somewhat controversial in terms of inherent limitations, we don't think any of those inherent limitations cease to apply. They continue to apply. In fact, when a firm comes to me and it's happened, they say, absolute assurance. The auditors can offer absolute assurance. I say, no, they cannot. They cannot. There are inherent limitations in there. If entity is intent on deceiving you, they can do that with technology even better than they could without technology. And those inherent limitations remain true today. So those inherent limitations continue to apply. The only thing we put here is that some of our perceptions around what sufficiency and appropriateness means by the public may shift. And I think I'm getting the sense that you kind of agree with that. That doesn't mean that the concept doesn't continue to remain true. It does, but it's important to know that the public may have different perceptions. And then finally, in terms of the investments that the firms are making, those are massive sunk costs that the firms need to recover. Like there's no way that so we're not suggesting here that that a costing formula. You know, we're just saying you may be able to obtain more evidence in the same amount of time, which I think is truistic. It's tautological. And anyway, thank you, Tom.
Okay, Josephine?
Thank you. I just wanted to articulate a little bit more on my comment earlier on 2A. And I think my concern here is potentially the conflation of, or the implied conflation of, inherent limitations with the use of new technology or emerging technology by entities. Clearly, the auditor has a responsibility in the context of the 5 components of internal control to understand when new technology is being introduced by their in the audit engagement. And as a consequence, it's not a matter of just falling on the inherent limitations sword, as it were. So it's very important. Maybe we just, when we publish this, we just need to make sure that's very clear, maybe change the wording or the way we describe it. So it's not a get out, which is how I read it at the moment. That was all I wanted to add to that comment. Thank you.
Robert?
Just a small addition or comments to 2B. First of all, I like the notion that you want to explore expectations. Secondly, it says should explore expectations by users of financial statements and other stakeholders. Please don't forget the preparers. I assume they are part of other stakeholders. And if I talk about preparers, my clear, if I were yet to be a preparer, my clear expectation would be similar like Christelle's. I would encourage the audit firm using or applying technology in order to have a better quality in the audit at lesser cost, fewer costs. Yeah, it's a clear expectation from a preparer's perspective, and somehow I think we should also entail this in our discussion. Thank you.
Okay, back to the team.
Yeah, thank you, Josephine, for your comments and for passing it on a bit earlier. So get a little chance to think about this. And I completely agree with you that the auditors definitely are not off the hook when they fail to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence and just call it inherent limitations and we cannot do anything. That is not the intention when we suggest contextualizing the inherent limitations. And we recognize the need to avoid conflating inherent limitations with the specific challenges when they cannot obtain such evidence due to deficiencies in internal controls or because the technology the entities use are less transparent, so they couldn't do and they couldn't get around it. So I definitely agree with your point, and yeah. And this is the direction that we need to be very careful if we choose to continue on this with the proposed actions. And Robert, to your point, yes, we definitely intend to include the preparers, which is a very important group of the stakeholders, and consider that as well.
Okay.
All right, next slide, please. All right, Tom, we're into quality management now. Did you want to say a couple words before we get started?
Well, my big issue with quality management, well, you raise it, and I'm a fan of considering the impact of quality management, is that if you look at the possible standards in ISQM 1 and ISO 220, it sort of suggests potentially misleadingly in my mind that those standards could use a rewrite. But I view what's more likely to be considered, and this is for discussion, is that you would build off those standards into something that was separable. And what I got worried about is our discussion being clouded, that we're thinking we just passed ISQM 1 and the revised 220, that we're necessarily going to reopen those standards, when the way I was thinking about this, and I just want to confirm that ISQM1 says very little about technological resources. Is it paragraph 32F, if I remind? It's a couple of application material related to it. That could be the principle, and then you would think about building off the principle in maybe a separable standard, maybe a QM3 or something like that, to consider it. And so, like, I worry. I want to have an unfettered discussion, but I worry that the implication is going into ISQM1 and ISO 220 is the solution, which I actually maybe it's ISQM3 and ISO 220 something. And so, but the principles may be there and we just pull it out from a technology perspective. And I knew a few board members raised this last time. It's like, why do we need to touch QM1? QM1's right. It's good. Yeah, but it provides a very high level thing. And maybe what we need to do is like a root and branch type approach to this, if this is something that we as a board thinks is a high priority. So that was a clarification that I talked with the staff. At least I didn't want that to cloud the whole discussion about whether there's a QM element here.
Thank you for that, Tom. I'll say a couple words before we kind of open it up here. You know, we sat in the technology team attended virtually this meeting by the PCAOB on their standard. I have to always look at this acronym: Standards and Emerging Issues Advisory Group. And it's a meeting they have a couple times a year, and the big topic on the agenda was AI. And it was a wonderfully important discussion by that group. And what were they talking about? They were talking about things around AI governance, around how entities need to start thinking about AI governance, and firms, not just entities, firms as well. You know, when I look, and these are some of the things I've mentioned to you before in the past. So I'm with Tom, by the way, incidentally, that ISQM1, if the selling proposition is we're going to reopen ISQM1, it's going to be hard within the context of this just got published. But certainly there is, I agree with Tom. You've also heard me agree with Tom in the sense that I don't think that there's a lot in there around things like AI governance. So I look at the spend and I look at the global AI spend. It's 200 billion in 2025. It's expected to be 1 trillion by the turn of the decade. So it's not, Tom likes to remind me about this, and I'm going to just mention it because he pays the bills, so I have to. It's not just AI. I refer to AI, but it's not just AI, but it's important to mention that AI is here to stay. It's not a bespoke technology. It is here to stay. And that's why the PCAOB is talking about it. How do firms, and incidentally, the firms are spending huge amounts of money. It's in the press. The last time I checked, it was about a $9 billion commitment by the big four firms, but it's not just the big four firms. So how do when you look at our standards, and I look at the quality management standards, it's yes, are the principles generally, are they robust? Yeah, there's some good principles in there, but is it capturing some of the nuances around managing your AI risk and other emerging risks that are coming out of the use of technology? I don't think so. So I guess this is probably a good spot to open it up for discussion. And there's 3 issues that we have in the catalog. Thank you.
Bill.
Just on that point with ISQM1, I agree with what Tom said. And I said earlier, technology will feed into some projects, which are complete revisions of standards. It might just be a narrow scope amendment, might be just changing one paragraph, or it might be the example that Tom gave. I think it's para 32F, is it? Where you actually have a branch off to another document. You don't take the whole document, you just branch off. So it's a way to how let's be careful we don't try and rewrite every document every time for everything we find. That's where I'm going to.
Julie?
You'll be shocked. I want to make a comment about ISQM1, but in your further information gathering, I wondered if you had thought about having some conversations with those at firms who have implemented ISQM1, because while it might only be one paragraph, if I think of an area where it's probably had the biggest impact on what we did in implementation, it's technological resources. Because, you know, we had lots of things along the way around human resources for a long time, intellectual resources, but technological resources might have been an area where we had to spend more time in implementation. And it's definitely an area where our regulators have spent a sufficient amount of time talking to us about it. So before we decide if we have to make changes, it just might be worth thinking through and talking to those that have lived the journey for the last couple of years and can give you some perspectives around what kinds of questions have been asked, what firms might already be doing, what firms are already doing even today around emerging technologies, because it is required in the standard to have quality risks related to things like emerging technologies. And so I guess it's just a caution to make sure we talk to the appropriate people before we launch off and do a project.
Julie, I think one of the things you think about is, yes, and what you may realize is, one, there may be a high degree of standardization in those practices already, or there may be less standardization that you think. If there's a high degree of standardization that exists, one possible standard setting action is you codify the element of standardization because it may exist in some jurisdictions and we want to bring it as best practice to international. If there's a degree of dispersion, maybe you narrow the dispersion in some way like standards do, and then that gets regulators more comfortable with the consistency across the board too. But I think the point that you make when you're thinking about that is that you need to get that information gathering up front, but that doesn't disqualify the examination. Neil?
I mean, I'm spot on with Julie. When I hear this one paragraph, I thought, how could there be one paragraph when I consider the extent of effort that goes into designing, implementing, deploying, testing, etc., before something lands with an engagement team. So I do expect that many of the firms would have an incredible number of sort of gates in place, and understanding what those are and getting consistency so that everyone can apply this in a similar manner. That might be the approach, but I was a little surprised that this was an area that was needed when I kind of feel how much is going into it already. And then the three things that you put down, firm level, I'm all in. I mean, if the more we can get this to a firm level, the better. And then you've got an engagement level, you know, not pushing too many requirements onto the engagement team unless they've got a specific technology that they're using, but keeping these things at a firm level, because that's the investment, that's where it's happening, and engagement teams are just taking from a library of what's available. And the last piece was, well, just because it was created by a service provider doesn't remove the obligations of actually understanding how it needs to be. So, you know, that's kind of very quickly how I'd categorize those three things. Firms are doing a lot at a firm level. Let's understand it. Not too much stuff onto the engagement team, and get out of jail doesn't happen just because you used the service provider.
So,
thanks, and I'm also going to speak about ISQM1 and you know, Tom, your introduction was great in terms of sort of framing that. I think, you know, it addresses at a high level. We've got to recognise that that firms are going through that implementation. Yes, there may be consistency, but that's because it's the first time, and there will be things to share. But I think there's a piece around if we are to take some of those learnings and think about what we build in through the IAASB suite of what it can do, there's a big question for me around the how we would do that. I'm afraid, Tom, every time you mention a separate ISQM, I sort of shudder a bit, because I think there's a really big thing around timeliness and about flexibility, and you know, we've got some examples. There's a lot of material here about Gen AI. Well, is that going to be the big thing in, you know, 2, 4, 5, 10 years or something? We've got to be conscious of how we date things. So my preference was around, well, maybe we need to think much more broadly about the options that are available, but there will be learnings that can be shared. Whether they need to be built into the standards, I'm not sure. And you know, this piece around the service providers, I think, is a really good example of how firms are working through the principals with the service providers to get the information that they need to be able to achieve the objective. So in another year or two, we will have settled down into a group of service providers that are providing the material that firms need, and hopefully that's then, you know, going through inspections and all the rest of it. And then maybe some firms or maybe some service providers who are not as aligned with those objectives, and you know, that is then more straightforward to deal with. And again, you know, I think the principles address the issues and the outcomes from those things. So I think for me, it's the how we address some of these things in a way that keeps the timeliness, the flexibility, the practicality, the learnings that are going on.
Yeah, I just don't want to bias what the actual result was. My big thing was why I said the comments up front. I just didn't want to get people to get hung up on, oh, this means we want to reopen ISQM 1 or 220, which sounded or that people would be very concerned if that was where we were going. Kusel.
If regarding issue 3A and 3B, stakeholders in France proposed a risk-based approach to technology. They note that tools like Excel pose minimal risk, whereas generative AI involves higher risk in creating scalable technology-related requirements. And they highlight the importance of avoiding specific technology references in auditing standards, given the rapid pace of innovation and the typical reduction in associated risk as technologies mature. So for this reason, I think that changing standards such as ICQM1 to mention specific technology may not be appropriate. I will be in favor to change ICQM1 if we can demonstrate that principles need to change. So mentioning specific technologies such as artificial intelligence could be addressed in a separate document outside the standards to explain how to apply the standards principle, but not directly in the standard. And I think it will allow for a much quicker publication that is important in terms of technology. Thank you.
Peter?
Thank you. And I guess my comments are aligned with Neil and Christelle, where we need to be careful not to, where we need to keep principle based. And I know you've introduced a new terminology here, principle based specificity. And that sounds like a contradiction in terms. Don't like it at all. I think I know what you're trying to convey, and in that sense, I think if the principle in ISQM 1 and 220 stands, but we provide some guidance as how to apply that principle in respect of technology, then we can still have a debate on whether it needs to be in that standard or out of it. And I think that's where you're going, and I don't object to it because that's going to be similar to what the Audit Evidence Task Force also did in respect of tools and technology. I do agree with Neil, engagement level approval will be applicable at some instances, but primarily in the use of accepted technology. So if a team has fancy macro for in Excel, well, yes, that sits at the engagement level, but the overall tool sits more at the firm. And I was a little bit worried, well, that standard setter, well, that our standards do not unnecessarily stifle innovation. Well, this is where I'm going to echo Neil. Well, the fact that you use a service organization does not relieve you of the responsibility of owning what and understanding what the technology does. I think the market will flush itself out, where if technology service providers are not able to be transparent about how their tools work or have an assurance report associated with their technology to allow their technology to be used by other firms, I think that will root itself out. But if that's where the guy is, if that's where what you're thinking of in respect of guidance, I'm happy. Thank you.
I guess the one caution, maybe guidance will be the place we end up, but I certainly am not in the camp of excluding requirements. And so I don't think that's being said, though I feel like some voices are saying, okay, maybe guidance is the best way to go based upon what practice. You have to be careful about requirements stifling innovation. We've heard from innovators who've argued specifically that standards actually can accelerate innovation as well, because it tells you what the guideposts are and what your target is. For me at this board, I'd feel really uncomfortable if we give any bias against requirements at this point in time, though we're not to the point of scoping anything out at this juncture. I think the point of this section in my mind was to say we have a very high level principle. It is much less in requirements than other regulated sectors, like the financial services sector has a lot more mandates as it relates to in terms of model development, model usage, technology application. That's in regulation or regulatory guidance. We may get to that, we may not, but I certainly don't want to exclude or have a bias against it at this juncture. I think it needs to be explored in terms of what we want to do in QM. And I actually think QM is a really positive area, because if you get people comfortable with the development of the tools, the technologies, and the way it's governed and managed, then people get more comfortable with the outputs. And that's sort of, at least the way my mind's thinking about this space. I don't know if anyone else, Christelle, is that card a stray card? So I think we're roughly the same space. Wendy?
Sorry, I put my card up a little while ago, so I'll just pile on two things. Principles-based is very important, whether we're doing new requirements or non-authoritative guidance. Obviously, you can go into a little bit more detail. But what I wanted to say is I think what's really important as we're talking about this, and I think you and I talked briefly before the meeting, is what does the further information gathering look like? Who are we going to talk to? And that probably ties into what have we already done and who have we talked to, and where do we go from here? And of course, I want to put a plug in for non-PIE, non-listed entities to make sure, because when you all made the comments about ISQM1, I'm very familiar with some of the smaller networks, and they've absolutely all done the same thing.
So really good discussion. Really, really, really good. I don't disagree with, I will say just one thing, and this is an interesting conversation that we had with the Stakeholder Advisory Council. It seems like what we have here is if within the context that we have very little in ISQM1 to deal with these emerging technologies, but it's good enough. It's good enough because the firms are doing a lot. I know the firms are doing a lot. I've been there. I've seen it. I've seen it as part of my previous role in audit inspection. So I've seen what they're doing in terms of certifications. It's a huge amount of work that are being done by global and also by some of the local firms. So I am absolutely convinced that the firms are doing a lot, but it's a little bit to Tom's point around it's either the IAASB has a role in terms of weighing in on that conversation, or it's a self-regulatory model. Because right now, there are no guardrails around it. It's very broad, and if you speak about standardization, I don't see anything around these principles that speaks to standardization at all. It's a very broad, undefined space. And the Stakeholder Advisory Council, I thought, and my colleagues can weigh in, I thought they said absolutely the IAASB has a role to play here. Now, that's not in the interest of stifling innovation. That would be, if that's the consequence, that would be we failed. It's not to stifle innovation. It's to Tom's point, what we heard from the DAG, the Digital Advisory Group, is that these guardrails, this us weighing in can actually spur innovation. and not stifle it, and spur it in the right way. It always has to be within the context of the public interest. And I know that the firms obviously protecting their brands have that front and center, but I think the IAASB has a role to play as well in that space.
So one last point on this is I don't know, my position is I don't know what the right action is, but this is certainly a high priority area for us to assess a right course of action, whether it be a combination of guidance, requirements, or something. In the first place, you start off with is going back to what Julie and Neil says is like, what is actually happening in the marketplace? How, if the firms are doing a lot on 32F and the articulation of 32, I mean, the execution of 32F, we should certainly understand what they're doing and how the regulators are understanding that as well. And like not start from hypothesis necessarily, uninformed hypothesis, but through informed hypothesis. Does that make sense? I don't think we have to agree or we're going to write QM3 today or not, or I don't think that's the point, but it sounds like by the discussion generated here that this is an area that should attract interest.
One more thing that might be, Neil brought this up and it was also brought up by Ado. I think this is a really, really good, important point. I don't know that the IAASB absolutely should not be saying, auditor, you get it, if you're using a service provider and you get a get out of jail free card. There's no way. You have to Neil's point and to Ado's point, the audit firm needs to understand that tool, right? That's being provided by the service provider. There's absolutely needs to understand that. What we are suggesting here in the catalog, and something that interested in your thoughts, Ado, is that maybe the IAASB can also provide some of that context. And Sue brought this up as well. The market is figuring it out. One service provider told me that they want to send me the specified procedures report that they get done by an auditor that they provide to their clients, i.e. to the audit firms that are using their services. Maybe we could write something in non-authoritative guidance to kind of to indicate what the market is doing to help those smaller firms that don't have the deep resources that the big four firms have to understand what the market is sorting out and how they're sorting it out. So anyways, I just wanted to come in on that point. Thank you.
Eric, I saw your 10 come up. Feel free to come in.
No, it's just a quick point. So based on what I've heard of the discussion, we're going to consider revising how we've worded the prioritization here, because it seems to be talking about looking at the principles and whether they remain sufficient. But really what we're saying is we're trying to get a better understanding of whether there are issues and how they might be addressed, so that they remain high, but it's not focused yet on standard setting.
Or it's not a question of questioning the principles itself, it's the application of principles to this context. I actually had that note in my column, so it's a good point of how we changed the framing of it is, okay, maybe we're not questioning the underlying principles, but like the application to the context. Is that fair? Yes. Okay, are we ready? It still remains high, but with all those caveats. We move on to the next topic.
Thank you. So next, we're going to bring it down to more at the engagement level, into our fourth theme, which is determining whether to perform technology-enabled procedures. In this theme, we've identified 3 issues, and there's really 2 key scenarios we see that will prompt an auditor to face this question. The first is that an auditor may need to use technology in order to achieve their engagement objectives. Said another way, they cannot obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence without its use. So we recognize there are existing principles to obtain such evidence, but right now there are no specific or explicit requirements that prompt the auditor to make this determination. So issues 4A and 4B align with this scenario and are highlighted as high priority issues given their relationship to the audit evidence and risk response project. The second scenario is that an auditor may be able to achieve engagement objectives through the use of technology-enabled procedures or through what I'll call more traditional audit procedures. Issue 4C aligns with this scenario and raises the question of if the board should publish best practice, non-authoritative type material that deals with these scenarios. As this isn't addressing any specific barriers or gaps in the standards, we've highlighted this as a medium priority issue. And with that, we will open it up for feedback on the issues and proposed actions in theme 4.
Okay, any comments on issues 4A to 4C? Sue?
So I like the way you sort of articulated that. It was very clear, and I think I've spoken previously about the that first bucket, which is where you can't get sufficient appropriate evidence without the use of technology, and I think it's entirely appropriate we go there. As I was reading through, though, I did just put a note to the side to say we've got to be conscious there of scalability. I think when we talked about this, the experience is that we are talking about probably a limited number of kind of top-end entities where you're in this position. So I wouldn't want to be in the position where we were creating some kind of expectation or inference that this was a particularly large population necessarily. So I think it's just a bit of caution and balance there.
Eric?
Yeah, I just had a question about 4C. I wasn't sure that the IAASB is sort of in the business of best practices and that kind of thing. I thought that was done by others. So I'm just questioning about whether that's still within the board's mandate to promote best practices.
Thank you, Eric. Hernan?
Thank you, Billy. Well, regarding 4.8, I support the need to revise the impact on technology on ISA 315. During my outreach with some Latin American stakeholders, I gained some information about that ISA 315 should provide greater clarity regarding application risk, control risk, and others. And they are concerned about the need to improve the language in the guidance of the ISA 315. And I believe that this is a high priority in the work on the technology position. Thank you.
Adam?
Thank you. I had the same question Eric had. Well, is this the role that we play in respect of 4C? But not that I'm entirely against it. I did wonder in respect of 4B, limitations in accessing information, how that is a technology-based issue. Where you either, I think technology probably gives you an ability, increases your ability to get certain information rather than reducing it or creating barrier. I think this is a more fundamental concept that has limited to do with technology, but maybe I'm getting it wrong.
Julie?
My comments along the same lines as what Sue raised around ensuring we still stay scalable in our standards. And I know you have Explore here with respect to requirements, so appreciate that Explore might mean very different things at the end. But if we're only talking about a very small population of audits that are impacted that must use technology versus the larger population that would not require it, but we could encourage it. I just want to make sure we have that caution in mind. Because even doing some outreach for this meeting around things like ECL, yes, there are tools that some teams use around modeling and the like, but there are also teams in very less complex situations that don't and use some sort of Excel spreadsheet approach. So I think we just have to keep in mind that even within an industry or a topic, there's scalability as well, and keep that sort of in the back of our minds as we go forward.
Bill?
It's probably terminology, but I was surprised to hear Eric and Edo say when the IAASB role is not to promote best practices. I think to the degree that best practices relate to high quality, then I think it is our role, not necessarily our role if it's around efficiency and cost saving and other things. So I think it's if we've not considered this as a board before, I think we should, because I think it's a very fundamental role of the standard setting environment.
Wendy?
So I think I just might be confused on one thing. I don't have tremendous challenge with the issues or what's written here, but just because we put standards in this column for our action doesn't prevent us from doing non-authoritative guidance, does it? Okay. And then one other comment in 4A, I thought we had talked about at a previous meeting to avoid language in our issues that might date us at some point. Just keep it very generic. So I'm talking in particular about the cryptocurrency statement about, that implies that you might have to use technology to audit it. I thought that.
Doesn't apply.
I know. But there might be others. So when we give that one example, I'm thinking it might be limiting.
Greg?
Thanks, Tom. Excuse me. Just a separate point on 4B, third bullet. I just want to check whether that includes the challenge of what gets documented on the audit file. So you've talked about collecting, extracting, making it suitable for use by the auditor. Will you go into so what gets documented on the file?
Okay. Kevin? Great. Thank you, everyone. I think some very good feedback there. I won't pick up all of it, but two of the themes I jotted down, I think a number of members suggested, was scalability. So absolutely, I think this will still be front and center as it's included in here. It's one of the guiding actions on 4A that we've noted, and that's something that the audit evidence and risk response team and the project teams will keep at the top of mind moving forward. Second, the best practice discussion, I actually think is a quite an interesting one in terms of what role we do and don't have. So it sounds like there are some differing opinions there, or a couple different points of view that came out here. So certainly I think something that we'll continue to explore and consider going forward. Billy?
Maybe just on that last point, Kevin, and I know a few board members brought it up. I think what we are really saying here, and we can certainly look at the wording if that's not the message that has come across, is that non-authoritative guidance is one of the tools that we have in our toolbox. And maybe we can look at that last column and just rephrase it a little bit, because this can be either us developing it or us facilitating the development of that. So if we feel that, for example, national standard setters are better placed to do this, we can always play a role in that. And maybe by just recalibrating it a little bit, we can get to the right message.
Angela?
Just really, really quickly. This is exactly what we wanted today, is to something on best practices. We recognize that this could be something that could be polarizing. And that's exactly what we want to hear from this board is, do you believe that we have a role to play in that space? And we've heard two different perspectives on the matter. So we'll be interested to continue this conversation with you for sure. I will say on the scalability point, although I agree with it in principle, Sue, absolutely. Okay, we have to be scalable. But I you know, one of the things that, let's say when I was going out and looking at crypto inspections in Canada, some firms that were not using a block explorer were saying, we're a small firm. You can't expect that we're going to use a block explorer. And the answer is absolutely we expect that. Because so what my point here is that some of this stuff is implicitly scalable in the sense that if you're picking up a large bank and regulators are going to expect that you need to use technology to review the ECL. If you pick up a crypto company, and I'm not sure how big that population is, to be honest. I'm not sure if we can say it's very narrow. Julie, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure. I'm saying it's something that that project will explore, whether we should be asking auditors to make that determination explicitly in their files. But that's something that the project team and this board will continue to explore. Thanks.
Yeah, and sorry, I do want to come back on that, Angelo, because the examples you've used are extreme. And just to clarify, I completely agree. We're talking about the nature of the business that's being audited. It's nothing to do with the size of the audit firm. But the nature of those firms, you know, you've described some really quite complex examples, and I just feel that we need to be cautious because there may be, you know, I mean, there are businesses that are being audited at the moment, and there are ways in which firms are able to do those in a way that is passing regulatory inspection. So you know, maybe scalability is the wrong kind of thing, but I think we are talking very much about a top slice on the complexity thing. How big that is, I'm not sure, but I think it would be inappropriate to use language that takes us into what Kevin's described as his second box, really, which is where it might be more efficient or whatever to use technology.
Okay. Conscious of time, I think we should move to the next section.
So in the next minute, I'll walk you through catalog issue 5 on page 9 of the catalog regarding the impacts of technology used by the reporting entities. So this is building on guiding action 4 and 5 of the technology position. So over the years, I've been sitting on the front row witnessing the entities adopting waves of new technologies. And it was internet, it was Excel, it was ERP, and now it's AI and machine learning. And it certainly has introduced new and more complex risks to financial reporting, such as AI governance, model reliability, development, and all these hot topics. So the stakeholders have emphasized the need for enhanced auditors' response to ensure these new risks are sufficiently addressed. So consequently, we have prioritized this issue 5A for its strong connection to the audit evidence and risk response project. Moving on to issue 5B, this is about the service organization's use of emergent technology, which adds a layer of complexity. And this creates some cascading challenge for user auditors who relies on service auditors' work. Then on issue 5C, it's related to identifying opportunities associated with the use of technology by entities. I've heard lots of your discussions about the different views on whether the board has a role to play here. And I look forward to hearing more about this. So with that, I will stop and welcome your comments.
And Christy, really, really quickly, we talked to a Big Four firm, and they were looking at issue 5B in terms of the service organizations, and they were saying this is actually a big issue. So one of the examples that I've encountered, but there's more, is so the service organization, let's say, is providing services in the crypto market, but they can't get an audit opinion. They can't get a service organization report because their business is too complex. It's hard to audit. That really freezes the industry because the user entities that are using those services are unable to, their auditors are unable to conclude and provide an opinion on those entities. So it's you know, it's not just crypto, as we start to see Gen AI enter the picture, and it's not just Gen AI, but more sophisticated technologies that are hard to audit, this issue could get compounded. But I just wanted to provide some context that a Big Four firm here was saying, yeah, that's actually a really big issue.
Okay, the issues in 5. Sue, and then Eric.
It was just a brief comment really on 5C, I think it crops up, is that we talk about non-authoritative material and so on. And, Tom, your point about working with other people, it doesn't have to be stuff that we do, but we have had some good quality material on the technology page that has had good feedback. And so I think we've already got something there that we can leverage, and there is an opportunity as we sort of explore how to do some of these things to share some of that that intelligence in a sort of helpful way.
Eric?
Really just an editorial comment on I'm sorry, on 5A and the potential action, which is the medium. It doesn't really say anything about technology or what this is going to be about. It just seems to be about monitoring emerging issues that impact the financial reporting system, which seems very broad. So I just suggest that be tightened up somehow. I think its focus would be again on sort of understanding what the issues that will affect identifying, assessing, and responding to risks arising from technology. So just to be clear on that.
Wendy?
I think my comment might be similar to Eric's. I didn't hear all of it at the end. But when I read this and I think about ISO 315, which is pretty robust on how you determine your risks and what you do to get the information from your client, I'm not sure that some of the risks, like the client's use of generative AI or some other very sophisticated and complex technology, is rewriting the standard or doing some targeted is going to change that. And that's where I think some of the resources or best practices or, collating information that's already out there on helping auditors ask the right questions so they understand the risk, and then they can identify how they address it, what their response is.
Okay. Anyone else? Adam?
Just a point on 5B. So you have categorized the action as low. I was just trying to figure out your arguments, because the fact that the IAASB hadn't prioritized revising ISA 402, how does that play into the argument of the gap analysis? Well, if we feel there's a gap and we have failed to recognize it in our work plan, should it then, well, I don't think that the argument that you used there is extremely valid. Thank you.
Okay. Angela?
Ado, insightful comments as always. Thank you. I agree with Ado in the sense that this prioritization is crude. It's not scientific. It's all for the purposes. Look, the board is going to look at these issues, and the board is going to look at each other, and you're going to say, you know what, that prioritization is not exactly hitting, and maybe we need to elevate it. So you will note, and Willie will speak to this better than I can, in terms of the work plan. 402 is not on the agenda for the time being. But it's certainly, if as we are monitoring these things and something needs to be done in that regard, that could inform potentially some work plan decisions. But that you're right, it can't be we can't put the cart in front of the horse in some ways. And no, it's not on the plan, therefore it's low. That's not the right reasoning at all. It is low for the time being, but we're happy to amend if the board has a surge and believes that it should be higher.
Yeah, Angela, you are correct. I mean, obviously, we've said clearly in our strategy and work plan, and I think we'll see that tomorrow also as when we look at the forward planning for 2025 to 2026. If circumstances in the environment change and we have to pivot and we have to advance or elevate something on our work plan, then that's the board prerogative to do that. We just need to make sure that adding something, I still have the same staff complement and the same resources, so that will have to come at the cost of something else. But in principle, you're right.
Okay. Shall we move on?
Thanks, Tom. So the next issues, as they are on the slide, that we would like your views on relate to those challenges, concerns, questions that arise when technology is used by auditors to perform procedures in an engagement to obtain or evaluate audit evidence. So this includes issues about how the auditor might evaluate the appropriateness of the resource that they're actually using, especially in the context of emerging technologies, and also questions about how the ISAs apply and our standards in general apply when the auditor performs technology-enabled procedures, whether that is over specific classes of transactions, account balances, and disclosures, like the issue that highlights items relating to inventory, or whether it's the use of technology in specific ways or for specific reasons. So, for example, to support obtaining external confirmations, perform substantive analytical procedures, and so on. This theme, also worth noting, is also where most of the issues that have been picked up by the Audit Evidence and Risk Response Project proposal sit. So I noticed that you haven't highlighted questions of this nature so far, but if you had questions of concordance and so on, while we do welcome comments, we'll probably best address those tomorrow rather than in this section. So with that, without going into any details unless asked, thank you, Tom.
Okay, this is the longest list of issues in the thing, and maybe I'd rather break them up and maybe we could go through some quickly. So why don't we do them one by one? And if you have something you want to raise, put your 10 card up. So 6A, explore and introducing requirements and application material about considerations for the appropriate use of technology-enabled procedures. Edo?
Just a small comment. So that's because this is also something, and I appreciate that the risk response team will look at it, but I wouldn't exclude, for example, 220 out of the list of standards rather than only confining it to the standards that that project is undertaking.
And that's consistent with the comment you made earlier. Indeed, about not being constrained.
And will apply to some of the others in this row, which I won't then make again.
Okay, we got that. Okay, so thank you. We hit that point. 6B, interpretability or explainability associated with how a technology-enabled procedure arrives at its outputs. Okay, gone. Everyone's favorite. 6C, categorization of technology-enabled procedures. Anyone? Neil?
I mean, so this comes up all the time. Lots of it's covered off in the risk response piece. 315 isn't, but 315 is here. How does that reconcile?
I can answer to an extent now and also pick it up tomorrow. And I suppose to the extent, if I go to the issue in the gap analysis, this is identifying really what standards might be impacted by these matters. And so 315 is relevant because we're talking about risk assessment procedures versus risk response procedures and whether those buckets make sense. The scope of audit evidence and risk response is focused on the responsiveness part of it. If any, but within audit evidence and risk response, we also have to think about conforming and consequential amendments. So to the extent any changes to 315 would come out as a consequential amendment, that is presumably within the scope of the project proposal as drafted, but we are not suggesting that our project proposal includes in its scope editing 315 revised. But perhaps this is a question to pick up in the morning session tomorrow.
Okay. Neil, with a smile there, that is thinking to himself, "Oh, I'm gonna pick it up." Is that? Okay. Anyone else on C? Okay, so that takes us to D. Challenges associated with the use of technology enabled to substantive analytical procedures. So,
It's possibly a note on terminology, but it could be quite a bit wider, because we talk about the use of data analytics, and data analytics, audit data analytics don't necessarily map directly onto substantive analytical procedures. And so I think we need to think about the other, maybe the other parts of data analytics as well.
okay, the team's nodding on that point. Okay, let's go to E, testing outliers and exceptions, the output of a technology-enabled procedure. Anyone happy with how it's stated? Okay. Let's go to 6F, appropriate use of technology-enabled procedures for confirmations. I think people will agree that that's a good point. Okay. Appropriate use of technology-enabled procedures in inventory counts. I have my drone flying over this room right now, counting board members. Still says 16 in the room. Okay, it's good. Okay, documentation requirements when performing technology-enabled procedures. Angela's commenting on his own. Okay.
Yeah, it's actually we got some comments from people, including Josephine on this one. So and Josephine mentioned quite rightly so that there's questions around when a tool is developed by the firm and used in an engagement. Does the engagement team need to hold all the documentation around that certification? And so certainly Neil's nodding. There's questions that regulators have been asking in this area, and there's possibly something that we could say somewhere around that issue. Certainly, I would not propose that an engagement team include all the rich documentation dealing with the certification of a massive tool. But there's questions on that. So in other words, these issues as we share them are getting some really great feedback, which we will integrate into the March version.
Okay. Julie?
Well, this is in the flavor of Neil's comment on one of the other ones, so happy to park it for tomorrow. But this documentation one gave me a little bit of pause, because all of the bullets in here really are speaking to documentation, less about responding to risk and risk assessment per se. They are talking about what do I need to have in my file, or where do I need to have that available for an experienced auditor test. So I was a little bit unsure about the linkage to all of these standards. And in fact, are we going to be able to tackle this one only in the audit evidence and risk response project? Because I think it's almost a 230 question as opposed to the other standards question.
So,
Yeah, and I think that this is a tricky one. I think this is an area where I think we would benefit from some outreach to a number of people, particularly to some of the people who are really practicing in this kind of area, because there are policies in place today about the extent of data that is or isn't retained, and there are valid legal reasons for maybe for not holding data and what have you, and so I think some quite granular work with people in that area, and I think I also had sort of thoughts around the 230 impact, because I think the experienced auditor test is talking about an experienced auditor, allowing an experienced auditor to reperform, and I think we use test in here, and reperformance is something slightly different. And when you're in an environment where you've got moving data that isn't necessarily retained, it's reperforming the test, and that reperformance could come out with different output, but does it lead you to the same conclusion? So I think that's an area to think around.
Anyone else on the last to the 6th category? Anna, any reaction?
Not specifically, other than Julie, I do take that point. It's a very valid question that we have continually been having, as you know, in the context of audit evidence and risk response. So I look forward to picking it up tomorrow.
Seems like we'll get into these in a little bit more detail tomorrow. Okay, great. Let's go to the next category around using the work of an expert.
Yeah, we're down the stretch here, Tom. So really quickly on this one is, as auditor experts or management experts start to use increasingly more sophisticated stuff, including neural networks, for example. I'm going to bring up an anecdote. Maybe I'm straying too far. There's a chess championship that's going on right now, and I'm a chess fanatic. So there's a world chess championship that's going on right now. And the commentators are talking about the evaluation of a position. So it's a 6-hour game, Tom. It's just I have it on in the background. I'm actually working while I have it on in the background. I can see. And they're talking about how the AI is coming up with the evaluation. And they said, we have no idea. We have no idea how the AI neural network is coming up with its evaluation. Human beings have always attributed some value to material. So if you're up a pawn, you're up a point. But it doesn't, they said that's not the way AI looks at it. We have no idea how the AI is looking. So there's this neural network that's happening there. Anyways, I bring up this anecdote maybe that's loosely tied to this, but maybe not. So maybe as management's expert and the auditor's expert starts to use more sophisticated technology, and you just cannot get the auditor cannot get their heads wrapped around, well, how did management expert, how did you get to this particular conclusion? Well, I use AI. Is that how are auditors going to get behind that? Because our standards currently require the auditor to understand the appropriateness of the work that's either done by management's expert or the auditor's expert. We put this on the catalog to track it. We're not suggesting DEFCON 5. I think it's DEFCON 5 is the highest level of, or we're not suggesting that this is really, really something that's really scary right now, but it's something that needs to be tracked. Even within the context of 620, we got 500 obviously that's being looked at right now by your project, and you're looking at that. There's also, and Neil, you brought this up at the last meeting. I'm not sure if we've paraphrased it properly, but you brought up the fact that there's an implicit assumption in our standards that an expert needs to be a human being. That is going to come under more and more scrutiny going forward. I'm not suggesting that we need to worry about or think about this right now, but there will be a time where potentially one of those expert categories that we looked at, there won't be any human at all involved. There will be a machine that's acting in the capacity of that particular expert. I've been reading this stuff around actuaries and looking at, can the actuarial function be replaced by machines? And actuaries say no, and I agree with them. It cannot be. But there's going to be conversations like that are happening across the board in terms of whether an expert's job can be done by a machine. And our standards typically don't contemplate that. So it's on the catalog just for tracking purposes. 500 is certainly a project that's open, but anyways, it's probably a good time to open it up. Thanks, Tom.
Okay, I'm just wondering now what chess commentary sounds like. I remember if anyone's seen the movie Best in Show, I think it was sort of like dog show commentary maybe in that Jay.
Yes, thank you. I enjoyed reading this. I'm just not, and I But I also think that this is something that can be fairly principally covered. Whether the expert is a human or increasingly using technology, there will be output, typically performed by a human. Well, we've also had the same discussion about, will technology replace auditors? Still a discussion. Maybe, maybe not. I think that will be a long way away. So in the meantime, we have to deal with this. And this also comes into the categorization of priority. At the moment, we have, for example, 7B, but this also applies to 6. Everything that's in scope for the audit evidence project, we've made high. I'm not convinced it's high in all those instances just because we are looking into it, because that bifurcates the issue. So I think that it's maybe worthwhile looking at. And the overlap, because it assumes that there's a 1-for-1 overlap. And I don't think that's the case in all instances as well. And I'm just bringing it up now towards the end of it because it applies to a lot of the previous issues there as well. But particularly the use of experts, and whether it's management or the auditor's expert, I think there's principles there. Yeah, can we help the practice to understand those principles? Yes. Let's not go overboard with being too specific, because that may actually not help and may not foresee where technology goes to. But I think these are some of the comments that we're discussing all along, but it certainly applies here. Thank you.
Bill, you took your card down. Is that because you agreed with what Eda said? Okay.
Just a slightly different point, just on the challenge that's acknowledged here around sophistication. I totally agree with that. I think the protection of intellectual property by the expert might sort of play with that as well. So it increases the challenge if there were, so it's harder for the auditor to understand. Yeah.
Okay. Should we go to the final category here? Great.
Okay, so the final theme of the gap analysis, and I think it is a pretty interesting one to close on, deals with technological resources and professional skepticism. I think it's interesting because there's a number of different angles to this, and I'll give 3 examples. And the first is the auditor's use of technology and how that brings on additional aspects of professional skepticism that can be considered. For example, automation bias when using the output of a tool. The second is the availability of emerging technologies to audited entities and how that brings on new risks for auditors to consider when reviewing evidence obtained. For example, the ability and existence of deep fakes that can be used in concealment by management. And lastly, while technology cannot replace an auditor's professional skepticism, these tools do have the ability to strongly support an auditor in interrogating populations and addressing risks. So I raise that just to speak to our guiding action that deals with balancing risks and opportunities. You'll see the actions were split into high and medium. High is for what is being dealt with in the audit evidence and risk response project. And the medium are those that are for further information gathering and monitoring as this space evolves. So with that, Tom, we could open it up.
Okay. Catalog issue 8A. Okay, people think that okay, no, or just making sure we're being comprehensive here, giving everyone a chance to talk. Okay, so I think 8A will take it as accepted. Okay, I'll turn it back to you, Angelo, to bring us to close here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tom. I just want to say thank you to the board for being so engaged. You know, I would really, maybe you can provide some comments offline as well. If you've got comments, pass them along. We want to see all of them. We will continue to refine. I'm also interested to see if you found this format the right format to kind of explore issues? Do you want more time, more runway to kind of go through issue by issue and have like, what are your thoughts around that? Perhaps you could let us know around that as well, even offline or here if you want. But I thought this was a wonderfully important and a discussion and a lot of great input. And I want you, and I think it's important to kind of close off with saying, again, this is your product. We're here to refine your product. So to the extent that you think a prioritization is wrong, let's talk about it and let's fix that prioritization. And that will better inform, you know, the work plan going forward and things like that. But that's all I wanted to say, Tom. I'll turn it back to you.
And just since it's a living document, you're certainly open for offline comments and continuous. Even though this will only be brought to board meetings, like we will continue to update this on an active basis. So if there's ideas that come to your mind in between board meetings too, please come out with them. I was gonna just turn to you, Philippe. Any impressions of the conversation?
Very positive impression of a conversation, Mr. Chair. I'm impressed by the document and, you know, this dynamics and the willingness of, you know, covering the main subjects. I have two questions and remarks at this stage. The first one is about, and you will understand that it's one of my favorite topics. I've noticed that the IAASB has released a lot of documents regarding, you know, technology. Some considering IA, the impact of IA on ethics and behavior, and the things you have addressed at the end regarding professional skepticism and so on. So to what extent is there any coordination? Because I have noticed in your cover memo that there were some participants coming from the IAASB technical project in a meeting. So at the beginning of your presentation, you referred to terminology, saying that it's something which is very important, that I support. And so to be sure that, you know, there is an alignment and common words used in the terminology between IAASB and IAASB, I think there are some risks to avoid by coordination, but I'm sure you are aware of that. The second point is that, tell me if I'm wrong, but I have a feeling that, you know, this presentation refers to the practice of financial auditing, maybe. You know, when I consider the impacted ISAs. My point is that, you know, through this approach and the new consideration of technology, which will make not only board members, but, you know, auditors in general, more familiar with the evolution of technology and so on. Have you considered the impact it could or it should have on the audit of sustainability information? Because, you know, it's an area full of algorithm, artificial intelligence, and so on and so on. Maybe more than in the, you know, finance systems, I would say. So I don't know if at this stage you had a look on that, but maybe it could be interesting for the future to consider some specific aspects of, you know, technology in this area.
Okay, thank you. Angelo, quick response.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for the kind words. So IAASB coordination, absolutely. We're coordinating very, very closely with them. In fact, we representatives on our staff are sitting on their experts group and their consultation group, and they're sitting on ours. And even more concrete, to give you a concrete example, we're talking about how we can work together. So in the next quarter, we're thinking about some potential work that we could do on the explainability, interpretability side. They are really keen on pursuing a joint kind of project on this, on thinking a little bit about what that means from an assurance perspective, but also from an ethical perspective. So stay tuned for more details on that. And then in terms of whether this, yes, you're absolutely right, Philippe. Am I pronouncing your name properly, Philippe? Okay. We're starting certainly with the ISAs. That's where we're starting, but that's not necessarily where we will end. The component to and the technology position statement more broadly encompasses more than just the auditing standards. But we wanted to, and the board advised us, let's not boil the ocean. Let's start with some ISAs, and then we can figure out from there where we want to take it. So certainly the other stuff is potentially is fair game at some point, including sustainability, by the way. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? I think this was a really good discussion. We'll have a little bit of part 2 of this when we take on the project proposal on 330, 500, and 520 tomorrow. Any other thoughts that people want to raise before we close today? Billy, a couple of administrative matters. Do you want to let people know what's coming?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. So you will remember last week I sent the board an email about the executive session tomorrow, and there were a few documents attached to that. So I'm going to send you a follow-up email. I'm ready to press the send button, where I will include 2 further attachments for you. The one is on agenda item B on the executive session agenda, which provides a background and details about the additional process matter that Tom referred to as part of the PI project. It's not long, it's 2 pages. And then I'm also attaching for you the overview of our forward planning for 2025 and 2026, which I will discuss with the board. I do, however, appreciate that in electronic form, it's small and there's a lot of text on that. So Taylor, is Taylor still here? There's Taylor. We've printed a number of copies, enough copies, I hope, on A3. So Taylor will put it there on the corner of that desk. So you are very welcome to pick one up as you leave. But like I say, you will have it electronically as well. Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we convene at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Remember that the service for Imran is 6 to 8 tomorrow. If you don't have the link, we could resend it to you. But I think Billy sent around the link tomorrow for that. Just so you know, on behalf of the IAASB, I'll be providing remarks at the service tomorrow too. It's been a really good day at the board. I think we've tackled a lot of important topics. I'm really impressed with how we're tackling these, and hope people have a nice evening. Is there, I should have remembered, is there a going concern, which is not, we'll meet in the green room after this. So thank you very much and have a good evening. Oh, and one last thing. Board dinner tomorrow. If you need the details, we will resend them to you, but just a reminder. Anything more to say on that, Michelle? Yeah, we just need to know if you've committed and are not coming, please let us know, and vice versa. If you're not committed and you are coming now, please let us know.